You know what? I should have probably checked that my capture card works before starting. Alright, we're good. Welcome, guys. You might have seen a little bit of salt spill in the title or on Twitter. Yeah. It just makes me mad, the whole thing that happened with Peace Walker and what came after it, you know? But we'll try to keep it low. We'll try to keep it simple. It's maybe some quick comments and jabs here and there. I don't want to go on a huge rant. Quote me in about 4, 6, 8 hours when inevitably the huge rant will happen. But we'll see. Jedi Archer, thank you for the 6 months. And Kenny with the 36, thank you. Controller, please be charged. Okay. These PS3 controllers are immortal. Maybe they're just used to the PS4 ones now. Alright. Yes, we're streaming late today, specifically as a fuck you to Irish Kevin. It's Shulko to 37 months, thank you. People claim the V aged well. Has it aged though? And well? And oh god. Okay, yeah, now we're getting to the point where even that is an old game, right? Yeah, Gay, do you know why it runs well? Because it's fucking empty and it's a PS3 game. It's... the engine can't render shit, dude. Oh god. Let's let the trailer play here. If you make an open world game that can't render things 3 feet away from the player with only 12 NPCs on the screen, that's a PS3 game, yeah, it better run on everything. Four gigabyte RAM, right? Like, oh, how much does PS3 have? Like 512, 256, I don't know. Beefer, thank you. Is it still your gift a sub? Did he gift you did Mint gift you multiple months sub? Nice. Just wait until people realize that there already was a game where you're big boss and you have a mother base and you go from mission to mission and develop things and recruit people. Except everything is much more detailed. Yeah, that's the thing. So we'll do a new game, then we'll switch to. Let me check my saves here, actually. Oh shit, we have all these meme saves, dude. Okay, so we have a red big medic. I don't think we're going to use that. We have large leader. We have medic Chan. We have Asbag, Captain Asbag, of course, had to come from somewhere. And then this, okay, 200 hours. We'll probably use this one, even though it old. It's like 2 years old save. Okay. I actually did. Okay, so I must have grinded for the second ending on a big medic save. But yeah, we don't need to do that. Okay, well, we need to get rid of some of these meme saves. Large leader. What are some of the other meme names for Big Boss? Massive Manager. I don't think that fits though. Probably too big. I mean, too long of a name. No, it has to be in alliteration. The Big Boss, Massive Leader, Massive Manager, Large Leader. It has to be in alliteration. Because that's the rule, okay? Yep, thanks for the 37 months. Oh god, PSP text input. I don't know why we don't get the PS3 one here, but okay. Let me see if we can fit. Massive Manager. Nice, it fits. Okay. It feels like I'm typing on a phone again. Alright, Massive Manager is a go. We need to make a collection. Okay, maybe I'm gonna keep these saves to make a collection of all the alliterations for Big Boss. Nice. I'm gonna try and finish this in one sitting. But yeah, it's probably gonna be in a long stream. I do have a completed save though to switch towards the end. Because we're not gonna grind for the second ending. But doing a new save like this, it puts you the right pace, unlocks the right tapes. You get the chapters, you get certain calls in between missions that only happen once. So until the second ending, this is still the way to go for me. Zador Knob. Yeah, we'll do some Zador Knob missions. It's important to do Zador Knob missions because at least one or two to get, you know, the gist of what's going on. And also complete Zeke and get the call about the nuke. That call is so important. It carries over into Grimsier's and only plays once. So we'll do some minor farming of parts and whatnot. And get Zeke and the nuke. But don't worry, because thanks to MGS-V, the whole fucking thing is forgotten forever at the bottom of the ocean. So it doesn't matter. Maybe we shouldn't do it. Oh, fuck. And all thanks for the 90 months. Big Boss arrives on a bike, fucks off on a bike. So the very first second of gameplay, this isn't even gameplay, but yeah. Yeah, imagine having more than one save file. Yeah, even before gameplay. We can start comparing things already. Boss! Colonel Cathcart. Back with the 78 months, thank you. I think it's 17.
Hey, boss, wanna go around?
Okay, so the first frame of gameplay, and we already have more NPCs on screen than MGSV can render. Shall we? Okay, this guy's gonna bother me because I'm gonna waste time here, but I thought I counted 17 last time. 1, 2, 3,
alive, ladies.
fuck.
The boss is gonna join us. Show him how it's done, boss.
Come on, man.
Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking and how fast you can identify your targets. Therefore,
we're trying to
you must
identify.
first master moving your line of sight. To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now, when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down. Good.
Are they all pairs? I guess they are.
You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16,
All
and with the player,
let's try up and down on the
17.
right stick.
Yeah, up and down is hard, man.
Look up. Good. Look down.
That's more than 12, though.
You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay.
Phantom Cigar, thank you for the 25.
Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right.
What the drill instructor has more personality than anybody
Look left.
in MGSV.
Good. You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. You can change the controls anytime in options. Go with the method that works best for you.
It does the same thing.
Next, I'll explain how to change stances.
If you
just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now.
That's lying.
At times, you will need to get low to avoid
Take a
detection.
screenshot of that.
You have 3 stances: stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button.
Yeah, see,
Tap
that's
the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down. I'll say that again. You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear?
So that's another. Oh my god, MGSV, insane details. Bullshit. If you when
Boss,
they tell you
change your stance with the crouch button.
to look up and down, if you do it naturally how it comes to you, you get inverse control scheme. But guess what? Peace Walker did it first. Of course, people don't fucking know that.
Change your stance with the crouch button.
Okay. Holy shit. There's just a prime example of, people just have no fucking clue.
Good.
And
Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly.
The
Tilt
absurd
farther to run.
details.
Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful.
Yes, people always joke that this is big medic, but guess what? He talks way too much. He talks more in this intro than Kiefer does in the whole game, so that can't be him.
Good. Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running.
Yeah, especially later with
tap
CQC.
the crouch button while running. Don't
You see
forget
that
it.
they're all practicing. He's the drill instructor, and they're all practicing. It'd be cool if they all practice everything, though.
That's it! Next, I will explain how to attack without gunfire. You may run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
Stun rod
ready,
to the
boss.
dick. Oh, we have auto aim.
Fine work, boss! Now we'll move on to CQC. CQC, or Close Quarters Combat, refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press the attack button when the icon appears. Now, wait for my command and throw your
So
opponent.
since they re-recorded the lines like maybe a
I'm ready,
year
boss.
or less apart, it doesn't actually sound that far off. When they changed the lines to include the left stick.
Impressive, boss! Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands.
Frames,
What you
please.
do from there
Fuck.
is up to you.
I didn't restart my
Just
internet.
know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind.
Oh, well.
Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command.
It's okay.
Go!
It's Peace Walker. We're
ready,
basically
boss.
watching the comic book and listening to tapes. We don't need frames.
Fine work, boss! Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them.
I like how you hear in the
Throw an enemy to
background
ground.
when the
Press
camera
direction on the
changes.
left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Yeah, we're all practicing.
Impressive, boss! Now we will try CQC against multiple enemy opponents. You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command, restrain and then throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
I always thought it was kind of strange that they make you do this before the combo. But okay. Because obviously you see the combo thing, you want to do it.
Fantastic! All right!
Here
Why
we
don't we
go.
do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Wait for the frames to appear. This doesn't actually freeze time here like it does in V.
Fantastic!
Imagine
Again!
if that actually mattered.
I'm ready, boss.
Look at all the different stances all the guys beat to shit in the background.
Fine work, boss! And stop! That's it for today!
Massive manager.
Thank you, boss!
Nice.
Snake!
The way Kaz got removed almost from existence in the West. Ground Zeroes is just filthy. Kaz just makes Peace Walker for me. Like a reinvention of his character. It's just going back to visit a character that was introduced before, but with added
What's
info
going on,
in a
guys?
non-stupid way, like I'm just four does.
guests. Time to move. Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley.
Like Kaz is like 60% of Peace Walker. for
I
me.
brought him.
Made sure we won't follow.
If only they brought more characters back that way, not the MGS4 way.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Vic Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
This game is an example how to bring back a character and add details to them in the correct way. After what MGS4 does, but no. Hey, better go get the CIA agent and Malak.
Here.
Ah, thank you. I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee.
So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the US.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The governments agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace.
Let's go, Kojima.
Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
There's no way the
Don't
negotiator
kidding.
is in Ocelot,
That's
right?
my name too. Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace.
Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon.
Hold on,
a
best
town
part
in
soon.
La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible
As they
things to
tell
her,
you you're supposed to be
but
16,
somehow she
you can do
managed to
this.
escape.
Thanks, Kojima.
Thank God.
She's
Yes.
huérfana. Her
Indeed.
mother died when she was small.
Oh my god.
She lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
Allegedly.
My name is Paz,
Supposedly.
and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose. Please, get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
That was very anime. Ranster and Hideo Kujimballs. And Riki 1 with the resubs. Thank you guys. Wow, imagine having real
Miller
guns.
here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your
Awesome
memory.
brand.
Use the left stick to move. Use
With
the
the
right stick to
84.
adjust your
Thank
view.
you. Nice to see
To change your settings,
some
use the
MGs5
start
and
button
Twitch.
to open the menu. There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice? Select the target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the
Okay,
R1 button
cool.
to fire.
For some reason, I don't mind listening to Miller here.
How about a little shooting practice? Try hitting a coconut.
He's just so cheerful.
Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. To check
I don't
your
think
map,
so.
Press the start button to open the menu.
I don't think they ever fixed that MG's V description on
The
Twitch now.
M16 is a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire. Perfect.
It's actually fairly well detailed, as always for a PSP game. Well, now we're playing PS3 HD edition, but still.
To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons, then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
I have no idea if my PS3 is even online right now and my PSN is logged in, but maybe. Obviously, the Scarecrow is conducting electricity.
The Mark 22 tranquilizer gun can put enemies to sleep. The closer to the head you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them.
I mean, these are both true. Trigger discipline as we know it today wasn't a thing, and anywhere from the 40s to 70s or 80s, but it's also true that it's just a freaking game model. Come on, it's the game model that has a trigger on it. You want proper trigger discipline, go look at the cover for MGS2. That beautiful Shinkawa artwork. I think that's some of Shinkawa's best work. Lenian, thanks for the 22 months tier 2 sub. Thank you so much.
The over-the-shoulder view allows
Whoa.
you to aim with a high degree of precision.
We
Body
have-
part targeting correction will automatically shift your aim to hit nearby body
Shit.
parts. If you want to change the aim settings, take a look under options.
I forgot to turn it
Hitting an
off.
enemy's vital
So
points can bring them down with a single shot. You can also intentionally avoid lethal shots. Say if you just want to slow the target down.
holy shit. So I always turn the shit off before doing this. I forgot now. I didn't know there was a call about it. He even tells you to like incapacitate enemies. Nice. So the controls in Peace Walker, they're the same as MGS4 in the HD edition on PS3. They're essentially the same as MGS4. The only slight difference is in the throwing grenades. So it's pretty much MGS4 controls, but damn, I didn't know that was a thing. Nice. It's kind of relevant because it's a game mechanic, and in this game, guess what? It actually counts in your score screen, and it counts against your rank if you leave enemies near death. They're basically just as bad as kills if you let them. So it would be quite stupid if you shot somebody without killing them and left them out to, you know, bleed out and die, and it didn't count as a kill, right? This game, not only it counts, it has like its own entry for it. Certainly there will never be a game where you leave somebody out to bleed to death and it doesn't count as a kill, right? Right? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, if you fulton them before they expire, like letting them expire and bleed to death before fultoning or putting them to sleep, that counts, yes. Imagine a game with many more resources in this and budget, and you know, a big main home console that doesn't count as a kill if you leave somebody to bleed to death. That'll never happen.
That's right. Nicely done, boss.
Or the enemies heal each other instead of just staring at them. There should be a comment here where he says somebody's already used this for training, so we're not alone here. But I don't know how to get it. Hello?
Perfect.
Oh, now there's definitely more holes in it.
That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss.
Coconut?
That's it.
I should turn into a ration, damn it.
The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things.
I love his tone there.
The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things.
Okay. There goes the suppressor. No, we can't shoot through this.
That's right. Nicely done, boss.
Okay, so we spend a little bit of time here so that hopefully he won't comment that he's...
The facility you're headed for is past that
that it's
fence.
too early.
A grenade should be able to take out that gate. Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake. Use the L1 button to
Okay.
ready throwing weapons. Once you've readied the weapon, throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the button.
This is, as far as I know, the only difference in controls with MGS4 is that in MGS4 you hold L1 harder to throw harder, and in this you hold R1, the throw button, not the aim button, to throw harder. So, well, and this game has a neat little feature that I wish
Good.
wasn't
You'll
4.
reach the objective when you clear the jungle. Head east.
So if you want to crouch while you're running, normally if you would have to slow down and then press X. That's annoying because you can accidentally end up rolling if you do that. You had to slow down first. But Peace Walker has a great little mechanic where you can press down on the D-pad to crouch without rolling. Now, I use it all the time. I wish it wasn't 4 too. It's also easy to reach with your thumb while you're on the analog. You press down on the D-pad. No rolling. Very useful. I didn't know about it for a long time. Maru, thanks for the 66 months. This is a spy who shagged Shagohod with the 7 months. Zamikir with 75. Thank you. Bunyan also gifted the sub to Crosshair. Nice.
Make your way east.
Are you satisfied yet? Okay, he's not telling me it's too early. I really don't know how to get the call here. Maybe I shouldn't have just shot it. Fuck it. Oh no. It flips through, literally unplayable. S3 plan with the 26 months. Alright, so if you want to appreciate every little detail in Peace Walker, we'll be here forever. But there are things that, especially after playing V and going back to this game, they just jump at you. Because a lot of people would say that, you know, the structure and the gameplay mechanics and the ideas are so similar. But they're all done better in this. All the aspects of base management, weapons development, staff, level design, music, sound, direction. Let's not even get started making that list, because we'll be here forever.
I gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind.
Yeah.
And break into the mercenary business for real.
What's that? Horrible ops?
Yes.
Horrible who? What?
Doing it for her. For her.
Oh, the visuals and the art direction. It's always that matter of, you know, people not understanding the difference between art direction and graphics. And of course the art direction is better here too, so yes. Oh well.
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant, a place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, guys. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the professor.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. Stop using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa, where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all... Many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country?
or loyalty to me, your country or your mentor, your mission or your beliefs. I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side, and that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait! Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
Peas and carrots. Bill Pro, thanks for the 14 months. Uh-oh.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
Now comes the silly part. Now comes the bad part. So there's no difficulty setting in Peace Walker. Meanwhile,
This is a sneaking mission.
each
Hide
mission
behind stuff. Take the long way around.
has its own
Whatever
difficulty.
It takes to stay out of sight. Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you.
So, being that we just started the game, this is the very first mission. The difficulty level is very low, but the more you progress and the more optional stuff you do, especially, the harder it gets. But for example, each enemy soldier's stats are influenced by, you know, how far you are in the game, what kind of mission you're doing. So the first few missions, yeah, these guys are dumb and slow, and they made sure to give them bright orange jackets so you could see them in the jungle. Also, unfortunately, the enemies were not adjusted for the HD edition, where we have much more control and much more awareness of what's going on. So these guys are still PSP levels of blind, unfortunately, and slow. What's up? Yep. That's the bad part. But don't make too much fun of it, because some of the later missions, you know, it all requires that you have the right soldiers and gear and
Pay
whatnot.
attention to your surroundings. The percentage in the upper right is your camo index. The lower the number, the more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage.
What's up? Breathe down his neck.
Keep your eye on what's left of your life gauge on the left of the screen. To the right of that, you'll see your sight gauge. Exhausting it will...
Okay.
When you clear the jungle, you'll be there. Head east.
Blowing CIA, yes. Makes sense now. So, here we have another game where we start in kind of a dock area with, you know, crates and a forklift, and also credits on the screen as we go through them.
Looks like you're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
So the real hero of Metal Gear games.
Is somebody there?
Could there be somebody there? I'm not sure. The real hero of Metal Gear games is the forklift. Also, Cameron was a bit OP, but
Somebody
whatever. we got an alert. No. Whatever shall we do? Oh well. It's like Mei Ling says. It is what is the saying?
Understood.
The strong swimmer
Now.
most often drowns. So we get credits, and where's the forklift? There's the forklift. So the real hero of Metal Gear games. It just so happens that let's do a little combo here. Hello. Oh, he ran into me. How nice of him. All the games that I like in the top 3 games, MGS1, MGS2, and Peace Walker for me, they all have one thing in common: the forklift in the starting area. So that's gonna mean something. If the game has a forklift in the starting area, then it's good. I am a fan of forklifts, I guess, now. No suppressor, but we can get this guy. That's it. Isiki with the 10 months. Thank you. Well, we made a bit of a mess there, but whatever. Oh yeah, we should slam some people against the wall too. Forklift Simulator must be the best game ever. Yep, the best Metal Gear game ever. It's not particularly productive to do co-ops for, you know, the early story missions and whatnot, but who knows, maybe. I don't even know if my PS3 is configured properly to be online now.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge has cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
I guess MGS3 would be number 4 or 5 for me. I don't know. I kind of like Ground Zeroes too. Oh, QTEs in my Metal Gear.
Freeze! The cargo. Where's it headed? What is it?
Air suit. In the mountains.
What's up there?
Is there a Ground Zeroes forklift? I don't remember. It might be.
This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
Nukes in Metal Gear? No way. We only got an A. We're gonna get an A anyway because of the time it took. So that was 3 alerts. And see how it actually counts enemies left near death, which also count against your score and pretty much count as kills. And we got weapon experience. What's that? And we'll take a look at our weapon development stuff later. Massive Manager, +6 heroism. EM1C. Ugly looking Grand.
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Commandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the US itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America is too close to spawning another Cuba or two already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test, showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. It looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
Yes, kills or binary. Yes or no. Doesn't matter how many. If you get 1 kill, you might as well get a million kills, right? Miller and Big Boss are very much bisexual in this, yes. Alright, we got our little base menu with not many options right now, but we don't need a tutorial. So these are just starting guys. We got Miller, we can auto assign, but okay, that gives us a Mark II. But we want to put Miller in R&D now. Smoke grenades. So for one thing, these guys' faces are not made by basically hitting the random button in the character creation like they did in V. And they each have their own portraits, and there's even some little Easter eggs in these portraits. Now, we didn't have any with the starting guys, I think. But in these portraits, you can find some familiar faces. Let's see. There's... I guess one of the most iconic ones is you can actually find Snake's Japanese voice actor, Aki Otsuka, as a face here, as a soldier. Well, there's Kojima, of course, we'll find him later. And there's Meryl's team from MGS4 / Police Knots reference. You can find Jonathan Ed, guy who looks like Johnny as well. There's a guy who looks like Vamp. There's probably what's supposed to be Mei Ling, maybe Naomi. Trying to think of a couple more. I don't think Raiden is there, but these are just random people right now. And oh yeah, the Sorrow is there. They don't have their exact names, but the portraits sometimes they show up randomly. Oh yeah, Yumi Kikuchi, Kaz's voice actor, like Atkin Downs, or a Japanese one. I can't say that I know what a Japanese voice actor looks like. Probably a Japanese one. seeing how they have snakes for the Japanese one. But so we can see their stats here, and yeah, they all suck because they're starting soldiers. But if you look at their profile, not only they have the combat ability, but the combat ability is broken down into all those things that you see there in the middle right part of the screen, which is much more detailed. Because to this day, I can't find any information on what actually having like an S rank soldier does in MGS-V. I have no idea. But here it's broken down and it reflects into gameplay very, very obviously. So we got shooting, reloading, throwing weapons, placing weapons, running, walking, CQC damage, and defense stats. So the combat ability is further broken down into all these things. So like, if you use one of these guys and you try shooting, I don't know, something in full auto, if the recoil or the shooting ability or recoil management sucks, you can see the gun climbing up like crazy. They each take, you know, their allotted amount of time to reload. And we'll see that because this leads me into another thing, the side ops. The side ops in this game, they actually have like a timeline and series of events where it matters, and you actually can't do some of them as Snake because Snake is like supposed to be busy doing something else at a time. So you would have to play as our second best man here, I guess, Alligator. We'll see that once we go to the mission menu. So you're kind of forced to play as another soldier, which makes sense. And the side ops are not just randomly thrown there. They have a timeline, they have an excuse for happening and context in the story. And you would have to play as another soldier. And you'll see how you can feel like the movement speed, the shooting ability, the reload speed, all those things when you play as a different soldier. So that's another thing that's done better. And if we look at our weapons development here, you don't want a tutorial, but like, yes, we can make the Mark 22 rank 2. And we can see the model, and wow, they're actually like real guns. And like, I think for the Mark, probably looks the same between rank 1 and 2, but later we can see actually it's the suppressor technology that improves, so the suppressors start looking different. Is it different already? I think it is. Maybe not between 1 and 2, but later we'll definitely see different suppressors to increase the durability, and also the damage, the non-lethal damage, of course, which you can actually see in numbers. But that's not the only thing between weapons. It's not just the rank, but also there is a little thing called the usage level. So under each icon, you can also see these 3 slots here, these 3 bars that they fill up the more you actually use that weapon in deployments. So each weapon gets like weapon experience, and to have an absolutely maxed out weapon, you would need to develop like rank 5 and also usage level 3, because it goes up to 3, which translates into slightly better accuracy and damage. And all of these features that I'm talking about, by the way, there's tapes about them. There's tapes about, obviously the story, but there's also tapes about the gameplay features and how they're kind of like excused into existence in a canon way. And it's true that each weapon has its own idiosyncrasies, and the way it feels in your hand, the way you handle the recoil, the way you grip it and place it in your hand, and it all feels more natural the more you use it. And that's a real thing. So even using a new weapon for a long time, the more you use it, the better it will feel. So the more accurate you'll get, and the more, I guess, the more damage it does. It's a little silly, but it's just very marginal. But it's a thing. It's an excuse to use things more. Let's develop smoke grenades because they're OP as fuck in this game. And oh god, And we don't really need this. I kind of wish that we got like a regular old Garand instead of this thing, but these were also a thing. They tried to modify some M1s to be sniper-ish with a loudener. Y'all getting a suppressor in your gun? I get a loudener. Now that's just the bell-shaped muzzle brake. That's also real. That's also an accurate thing. I don't know why, but I guess it helps. The scope has to be offset because, of course, you have to reload the damn thing with the end block clips. But it's little detail like this, and this game, like MGS4, even more so than MGS4, has so many weapons. But guess what? Now you kind of have your own army, so it makes a little bit more sense to have an insane amount of weapons compared to MGS4. It's like, what? And the analyzer. You don't need to analyze anything right now, but whatever. And we take a look at mother base. Is very basic right now. This is the starting base, but you could already tell like some of the facilities and some of the, like, I don't know, the barracks, or I guess that's like a communication tower. It's massive manager's leader is in there. Office is in there somewhere. And then later, the more we develop mother base, the more things we'll see popping up and showing up. We also see things like, oh, there's already a little boat here going around. You can see that. So there's more traffic going on as well as we develop it. So right now we have nothing because we just started a game. We just have R&D and staff management. But another thing that I like is how, you know, each of these guys has a little quote, a little something that they're supposed to basically be telling the boss when they see him. And it could be little comments, little nonsense about their lives or trivia, or it could be, you know, suggestions for gameplay mechanics and Easter eggs and things. We got a big box delivered to us. No return address. I guess this is supposed to be like a hint at the supply boxes you can get. Back when I was a rookie, I used to spray my assault rifle all over the place and waste ammo. You gotta stay focused, aim, be smart with your trigger finger, fire small bursts. It's not how many shots you fire, it's how many hit the target. I wish I realized that sooner, yes. Especially with your shitty firing ability that you have. But yeah, they give you little gameplay hints like that, or they give you little hints at Easter eggs and things like the Monster Hunter Easter eggs. Or like, there's a guy who says, oh, I have a friend named Johnny, I wonder what he's doing or something. I hate eating cold rations. If only we could grill them up a little. Oh yeah, see, this is another suggestion to a gameplay thing that actually comes much later. It's kind of surprising they're already talking about it. But you can see how these guys kind of have, they each have a little bit of personality to them. Just simply by giving them a line or two here. So that's also something that I feel is missing from you know what, but yeah. I don't want to fight, I want to be a cook. And if you look, his cooking ability is the highest, so that actually makes sense. It's true, he wants to be a cook. And guess what? People actually eat in this game. There's actually a mess hall and cooking team. So yeah, that's I guess that's hard to do on PS4. I heard there's a suit that makes your footsteps almost silent. Yes, that's OP. When we're done here, I'm gonna start my own business. Yeah, we only have these few guys now. And of course, Miller has his unique skill and line and combat ability is all well balanced. But if you look, he's actually a better cook And he is a fighter, so he's got good cooking and intel ability. And his skill is unique, in which increases morale of all the staff on his team. So if we put him in R&D, he will make R&D overall better, which is why it's worth putting him there, especially at the beginning. Yes, we'll get to the firing range, kill house and everything. Yeah, once we get there. I wonder if this guy's supposed to look like Metal Gear 1 or 2 Grey Fox. Kind of. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, don't have a whole lot right now, but we'll get to it. And now, in the mission selector screen, for one thing, we actually have audio design here. You can't tell right now, it's just the basic music, but later as things happen in the story, you're at a certain point in the story, the music here will change to reflect that. Imagine having sound design like that and different music. That's actually good. But like if we look at all the missions right now, after we do the starting mission, so Snake only, before we get the next one, there's this, which is the first side op. But the side op is not just randomly thrown there to, I don't know, clear some mines or whatever. It has a little context to it. So remember that guy we took out in the cutscene in that area? That's what the mission is about. Snake is knocked out of the radio soldier, go recover him. MSF soldiers only, so we can't actually do it as Snake, because Snake is supposed to be doing this right now, and they send someone else to recover the guy there. Because little things like that, little context in the story and the timeline and the series of events that makes it, you know, have reason and meaning to go as someone else and be elsewhere at the same time as Snake. And later there's some missions where you can also get calls from Snake when you're a different soldier. You can get calls because like Snake is fighting Peach Walker and you're defending the base where the enemies are trying to rush in after him. And so you get like a call from Snake like, oh, hang in there or whatever, little things like that. And most of the side ops, now admittedly they're not all like that, but at least there's a little bit of context to them. And the first few ones, and they introduce each different kind of side op. Because that's another thing. This game has much more variety of side ops. Not only they have an excuse for existing, they have many little variations and different things to do in the side ops that is not fucking go Fulton the guy in the desert a million times. So we'll see that, and we'll try to do some of these. And okay, so let's do this one for now.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
They all have little calls, little context to them like this. Even the side ops have like unique calls or tapes or whatever, briefings, however you want to look at it. And if we look here, we can't go as Snake. It won't let me. So, nope. Don't get a little warning. Yep, Snake is not available in this mission. Wow, imagine having like a timeline, a series of events and context for things to matter. So we'll go as our next best man, Alligator, who sucks compared to Snake. So we'll see that in gameplay when we try to shoot and run and CQC and reload. Oh, and guess what? When you pick your uniform, not only it actually tells you what fucking camo index is, where it's good, but picking your uniform in this game influences how many weapons you can carry, how much ammo you can carry, how loud you are when you move, how fast you move, and how much damage you take. Obviously your camo index. So all these things matter depending on which uniform you're using. So there's, again, you might think these are just cool little details, and you might even think they're obvious details, but guess what? It's another fucking thing that's gone. So everything is just infinitely more detailed in these little gameplay things. But anyway, right now we don't have a whole lot. We just have the starting uniform in different patterns, or we can go naked, which isn't really naked. They still have like this undershirt going on, because I suspect the model is actually like still like Snake's, so they probably have a scar in there. Okay, because if you go naked as Snake, obviously he doesn't have that, and he has a scar. And you get a little voice line each time you select a uniform.
Survival.
Depending on
Survival.
what it is. And we only have two right now, really.
Let's rock.
Naked and Jungle Fatigues.
Survival.
And again, all of these things have tapes about them. So, okay. Let's address the the elephant. I guess an elephant is an animal. Address the elephant in the room. Tapes. Oh my god, Peace Walker, so many tapes. It's so boring. Well, how can you just sit there and listen to all of them? Well, remember, this was supposed to be a portable game. And again, it didn't do so well in the West, but without getting it too deep into it, Kojima basically doesn't give a fuck about the Western release of his games or translations. You have to understand that portable gaming is huge in Japan. This game did very well in Japan with the commuter lifestyle and the more whatever portable friendly gaming. Like, it's hard for us dirty Westerners to wrap our heads around it, but like portable gaming is like just as big, if not bigger than, just desktop or home console gaming. So this is indeed a criminally underrated game, and being a portable game in the first place, it was made with the idea that you would, I don't know, sit on the train and listen to a few tapes on your way to whatever you're going, commuting or whatnot. So yeah, I know, Dim. Yeah, the females are all supposed to be they were all supposed to be naked, of course. It's a Kojima game. So admittedly, it is a little hard for some people to sit here and listen to all the tapes, but this game was not designed to be, played in one sitting or sitting down and just staring at your PS3 screen while you're listening to tapes all the time. So it gets a pass. You know what would be really stupid though? If they did the same thing with a non-portable game that was always meant to be played, at home on a major console or PC. Certainly nobody would be that stupid, right? To make a game with a million tapes that is not designed to be listened to on the go. That'll never happen, right? Nobody would be that stupid. Anyway, admittedly, when you start the game, there's a lot of tapes because you just started the game. They're freaking introducing everything and everyone. And each time you find a new character, there's a whole bunch of tapes that come with them. And as things happen in the story, more tapes unlock and all that. So a lot of the experience of Peace Walker is sitting down, listening to tapes, and enjoying the acting and the little background noises and the little jokes and the little references and, the little interactions between mainly Snake and Miller. Because guess what? In this game, Snake actually talks to people. I know that's hard to understand, but most of the tapes, there's very few, if any at all, tapes where it's not Snake talking to someone and they're having a back and forth. There's very few tapes that are not like that. And it could be anything from, story stuff or like Easter eggs, game mechanics, or silly stuff like that. So imagine actually like having an exchange and little things like the sound design, the background, and the acting, of course. So I could go on about why Peace Walker tapes are like a million times better, but it is true that when you start a game and each time you find a new character, since those characters actually have, you know, history and background and motivations and things to talk about, there's a lot of tapes. So like, if we do the tapes about this mission, it's also the same reason why I'm talking about it for so long. Obviously we get the Fulton recovery tape. And also the location tape with Paso. We'll do most of these, maybe all of them. We also have like everything about, you know, Kaz and MSF and Mother Base being introduced. So this is gonna take a while. But remember, to me, it not only they're good, but it gets a pass because it was supposed to be a portable game originally. Nobody would be that stupid to make it on a home console game, right? All right. Let's do this for now, and then we'll do the mission, and then we'll do more Miller/MSF stuff.
Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
Fine. Just pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah, I hope so.
That's... obviously the way Fulton recovery is portrayed here is silly and would probably kill someone in real life, but they kind of address that. A very, very overly simplified version of it in order to, you know, for gameplay's sake, to be quick about it. It's because dragging people was too annoying in portable ops, yes. Alright, alligator, let's go. You kinda suck. Let's get the location tape too.
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
I guess it kind of doesn't make sense that we're talking to her now because we haven't gotten the introductory call, but whatever. Alligator, let's go. Let's see. Resubs. Carry with the 11 months, thank you. In time for actual MGS5, thank you. Earned Gravity 81, the Bloom with a 64.
Use Fulton recovery to bring back knocked
Thank
out
you.
soldiers.
Alright.
To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Ooh, the thing was slow.
That's too tall to climb. If only you had some equipment.
That's hinting at the fact that you can climb it with the box. Oh, why don't we do that actually? Advanced gameplay mechanics.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard
Oh
helicopter.
yeah. Oh yeah. God, this guy sucks at shooting. Okay. So you can feel it when you're playing that this guy moves slower. And he reloads slower and his recoil management sucks. We'll see that. We're gonna fire in full auto. And we'll see the aim climb up like
Hurry up
crazy.
and send those knocked out soldiers back here.
And we might
Don't
as well
mess
get
around or they're
everyone.
gonna wake up. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
So we're only supposed to get this guy, but we might as well get all of them. Because that will
Looks
help.
like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him.
So if I shoot in full auto without like compensating for it, look what happens. Oh god. Like, this guy's shooting skill. Yeah. You had to keep it down. If you do the same thing with stage, it's not nearly as bad. And then the Fultons, we actually have to equip the Fultons, and we have a limited
You're done with that
amount.
area. Head for the goal.
And guess what? There's actually an animation for Fultoning yourself out, which I guess was too hard to do on PS4.
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
But yeah, about the Fultons, it's actually one of the most disappointing things because in this game you have to manage your Fultons. How many you have and where you use them and how many you can resupply before you get like infinite ammo. That matters a lot. That's the key gameplay feature to get like S rank in some missions, some vehicle missions. You have to manage your Fultons and you can't do some missions until you have enough Fultons and all of that. And the game will do little things like it would put some of the higher skill soldiers later in the mission so that if you want to make a best use of your Fultons, you can only carry so many. As you upgrade it, it's like 9 to 12. So if you want to make the best use of them, you don't just Fulton everybody you see as soon as you see them, because the game tends to put like higher ranked soldiers later in the mission to kind of fuck with you, or prisoners that have better stats. You can't just Fulton everybody as soon as you see them if you want to be smart about it. You have to manage it. And again, the vehicle missions depend on how many Fultons you have and how many you can resupply at certain points in your development tree. So when we saw things from the MGS5 trailer that said, wow, now Fultoning costs GMP, you have to be smart about the cost or whatever, handling it, we thought, that was going to be a fucking improvement over this, because Fultoning doesn't cost GMP here. You just deploy with it and use them how many you want, and that's it. So initially, they made it look in the trailers for V, I should say, that you have to be smart about your Fultoning GMP costs and whatnot. But guess what? It makes absolutely no difference. It has no bearing on anything whatsoever. Because for one thing, you can restock Fultons at any time, forever. The cost is so low, it's irrelevant. And even if it wasn't, you can go in the red, and it does absolutely fucking nothing. With the result being the exact opposite. You can spam Fultons and Fulton anything and everybody that you see endlessly and infinitely instead of this game having to manage them. So that's another thing that they made. They wanted to trick people into thinking it was better in trailers. But no, it's actually much more complex and involved in Peace Walker. Even the hardest difficulty? What difficulty? You seem to think there's difficulty settings in V. Yeah. And the auto-assign thing, here you can auto-assign, but after you fill up your initial slots, that's not optimal. You want to actually manage it your way to prioritize whatever it is that you want to develop or do at a time. But until you fill up all the slots, you can kind of just auto-manage everything. Anyway, yeah. And auto fires people, and then auto manages people and whatnot. Yeah, it's just. But the most ridiculous thing is that they wanted to. I don't know. They wanted to make it look like you had to manage, be careful about your GMP costs and whatnot. But the end result is the exact opposite. It doesn't matter. You can get infinite Fultons instantly and Fulton everything brainlessly. And I will go ahead and say that they specifically encourage people to approach each like outpost or whatever with the idea in mind that, oh, I'm gonna put that guy to sleep, I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna Fulton him, repeat times a million, to slow down your whatever gameplay time or make you waste your time or whatever. And as soon as you break out of that mentality, it will free you. It will free you to see what the level design and the gameplay mechanics really are for what they are. If you approach each outpost with that mentality, not only is it repetitive as fucking annoying, it artificially inflates your playtime, and it does you no good because like 99% of the things that you need you can get anyway. You don't really need a Fulton anyone except for, you know, those target specific mission specific targets that you have to. So for me, that was one of the most liberating things about playing V the first couple times. I did that and I realized you don't need to put everybody to sleep, walk up to them and fucking Fulton them, because that completely changes the way you approach each area. Don't do that to yourself. You don't need to. You don't need to Fulton shit in that game. Here it actually matters for boss fights. Again, you have to be smart about when to use your Fultons and how many you have left. And it actually matters to develop things for like boss fights that are otherwise kind of like an obstacle. Like if you don't have enough people, you'll get different calls from Miller about it. If you don't have enough people, you won't be able to develop like that one, I don't know, rocket launcher. Good example is the sort of proto stinger. If you don't have that, by the time you gotta fight the Chrysalis, it makes it considerably harder, more annoying, because you don't have anything that locks onto it. And of course, with the optional stuff, the optional side missions and vehicles and bosses, it's like that all over the place, because you just don't have enough powerful weaponry or enough Fultons to do those missions with S rank if you want to do it properly. Let's see. Okay, so we'll do a whole bunch of tapes here, but
Snake,
it's gonna take a while.
I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon, at school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable, and I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Alright, before we do all that, we have a fuckload of tapes to go through here because, again, things are just being introduced for the first time. So without any further ado, let's do all of these. And like I was saying earlier, Kaz is a prime example of what to do. Bring back a character that was already established, but add to their background, their personality, their history, their motivations, and bring him back and add to them in a correct way, which is the exact opposite of what like the MGS4 way is, bringing back characters to basically, you know, beat the dead horse to death even more. So that's one of the things I like about Peace Walker, is the way that Kaz makes Peace Walker for me. It's a real shame that he got erased from existence in the Western release of Ground Zeroes and whatnot, but this game is an example of how to bring back and add to a character properly and not the MGS4 way. But when we say things like, oh, imagine all the shit that Big Boss was doing in Africa in the 80s, we could have seen XYZ character, that we got to be careful about that, because there's a good way and there's a bad way to bring back characters or to add to a character's past. And that's one of the things that Peace Walker does just in a brilliant way with Kaz. So let's, and no particular order, I guess we'll go about these.
Remember why we created MSF Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight, but we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest.
Well, as you can see, Kaz is a Giga Chad with his jaw and whatnot, but since we're going to be staring at his picture for a little bit, I figure I'd ruin it for everyone and point out his lazy eye. He's crossed-eyed. Oops. I'm not sure what was going on with that, but yeah, ruined.
Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces.
So by this point in history, Big Boss has already funded and left Foxhound and the Patriots. So it's interesting that there's a couple days where they mention that he already created Foxhound, but just the way the timing works, he already created and left Foxhound, and also broke away from Zero and the Patriots if we go by the timeline. But unfortunately, it would have to be those maybe not even 2 years, like maybe a year and a half or a year in between, kind of like Horrible Ops and Peace Walker, but where all that happened. So Big Boss wasn't really in the Patriots for that long, if you think about it. And of course, they don't really acknowledge it here, except for these brief mentions of Foxhound. But it's kind of a shame because, I feel like there was a lot of shit going on there. They probably didn't want to mess with it. They didn't want to tackle that in like a storytelling aspect, so they mostly ignore it. But it would have been, it definitely is one of the most involved parts in the history. Like if you look at Big Boss's background and history and whatnot with Zero, Foxhound, and the Patriots, all of that already happened. And then we know that at some point after this, he goes back to command Foxhound, and we also don't get to see that because it probably happened in those 11 years that Big Medic was doing FOBs for 11 years at the end of V when he flips the tape. So yeah, I can see why they didn't want to mess with that particular time in the storyline, but kind of sad too.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease, and we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss?
It would be a shame if something happened to it.
Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Yeah, speaking of face value, somebody's asking if I watched Donkey's videos of Metal Gear. Yeah, I mean, you just turn your brain off. That's what it is, you know, taking the story at face value and trying to explain it or make memes out of it. Yeah, sure, that's good too, but it's far from the point in the series. But yeah, those are fun. And of course, we got all the geographic, geopolitical thing. I can speak. I can use words. Maybe we'll leave these for next couple missions, but let's do some gameplay stuff here. So all of these, yes, they're just gameplay explanations, but all of them, most of them, they usually have some sort of like either a reference or, you know, a little joke, little interaction, little something silly to them. So they're still worth listening to, a few of them at least. Let's see.
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style.
Wow, you mean it actually matters? Like, how much camo index and ammo and movement speed and other things you have? Wow.
Jungle fatigues are made for jungle combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry a fair number of weapons. Your standard uniform, basically. The distinguishing factor is that your camo index will vary a lot, depending on the area. Wear a pattern that makes you blend in with your surroundings, and your camo index goes up. Wear something that clashes, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Pick the right pattern for the occasion. Sigint used to lecture me on it all the time.
Yeah, it's usually just Big Boss being senile about just three things that he has to bring up again. This is a little reference, but okay.
Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for showing off muscles, too.
Hey, Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
MGS3 remake with no pants. When?
Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Yeah, what, you guys don't use Sony Walkman trademark? So the more you research and upgrade the Walkman, the more modern it gets. They're all real life models, and eventually you get like the sort of like contemporary real life modern times one. And there was even a Peace Walker edition of it, of course there was, with like camo pattern and stuff. Like those must be super rare to get now. But hey, at least it's like, I don't know, shamelessly placing, Sony products. Yep, why not? And the Walkman has a big role in the story. Before it was changed to the fucking generic cassette tape player thing that we get after this. So yeah, we'll take a look maybe when we switch saves. Would Peace Walker have happened if it wasn't for the backlash after MGS2? The series would have gone in a completely different direction if it weren't for that, and if Kojima didn't let it get to his underwear. Because it's always a balance of, yes, people bitched, but also Kojima let it get to him really, really, really hard. But Peace Walker is a little different in that aspect, because obviously, 3 was mess, they had to call him back, and then 4 was midlife crisis, depression, please let me get it over with. But something happened, again, related to how massively popular portable gaming is in Japan. Something happened between MGS4 and Peace Walker where Kojima actually wanted to come back and do something different. And a part of it is, again, the portable gaming being very successful in Japan, and also has something to do with Monster Hunter references, integration, Easter egg, controls. You can change the controls to play like Monster Hunter. And Kojima's son fucking hating Metal Gear but loving Monster Hunter also had a part in that. But it seems that up until V, at least, when Kojima actually wanted to come back and make a game again, like the theme, obviously, Peace Walker is peace. It almost feels like, it's unrelated, but so far, all of the themes in the games in some way relate to Kojima himself. So it's you can't prove it, but it feels like, Kojima's also found his peace with the series and wanted to do something different, and more importantly, wanted to do something again. So like Peace Walker is in a different generation of Metal Gear games. Like for me, I divide them, and MGS1 and 2 are their own thing, and then 3 and 4 are like the depression arc, the backlash arc, which it's its own thing. It's like second generation after 1 and 2. And then Peace Walker, something else again happened that Kojima wanted to do things again. And guess what? It turns out that Peace Walker, for being a PSP game, has an insane amount of content and details and care and love put into it. So we would have gotten probably something completely different, but it is also the beginning, it's kind of its own generation, Peace Walkers. It doesn't feel as much, at least, because there still are those themes and those, Peace Walker is what starts the whole thing with Cypher and the splitting off of Big Boss and Zero and whatnot, but that's mostly to conform with MGS4 story, I guess. So that's kind of like the sad part of it. But as a whole, like Peace Walker, yes, it beats the dead horse of MGS3's ending a lot, which is probably something that I don't care about very much in Peace Walker. Because it basically had to go and prove that, yes, the boss let Snake win and threw her gun down and let herself get killed, because people didn't get that from MGS3 apparently. So they had to make Peace Walker's first ending all about that. But I don't know, it just seems like each time Kojima actually wants to make a game, it turns out good, with one exception. There's only one black sheep game in the whole series where that rule doesn't apply. Can you guess what it is? What is the only game in the series that Kojima both wanted to make and sucks ass? Yeah, there's only one. Before that, he either didn't want to make them or he wanted to and it turned out good. Go figure. Oh well. Yeah, no, it's hard to say what would have been a Peace Walker after MGS2 if the backlash didn't happen, because the whole series, like the 3 games before it, would have been completely different.
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
Yes.
You can do much more with the box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to Co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
You should come inside the box. There is a freaking tape called 2 Men in a Box. Yep. And yeah. That's nothing. And it gets better later. 2 Men in a Box. Yep. Obviously, this is due to the co-op mechanics in this game. Because imagine having co-op in, you know, kind of like a mission squad or army-based game. That's too hard to do on PS4. You can only do that on PSP. I know.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss.
Well, we didn't do all the co-ops options things here, but they're, again, mostly just gameplay stuff, but yeah, they're interesting little mechanics that they even exist at all. CPR? What? Anyway, let's see. We'll do these, and then maybe not all of them. And then I want to leave, because we also have all the past tapes. Okay, we'll do all the political tapes after.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
And later, he's going to the kitchen, so yes. Look at Rue with the 84 mods, thank you. So this How Miller Met Snake tape is a very, very scaled down version of the full story that is actually available as an audio drama. And up until relatively recently, up until Ground Zero's release, that was just a Japanese exclusive thing. Now we're not doing it today because I only really do that for super in-depth runs that take, you know, multiple settings or whatnot for Peace Walker. Because you can play this game forever if you want. But there is now we get with Ground Zero's release, since Ground Zero's even Japanese got English subtitles, those tapes are only included in the Japanese Ground Zeroes. And finally, we got like an official English translation and subtitles for it. So there is a much more in-depth version of this story where you can learn all the little things, and it's basically the radio drama. It's so good. Like, you can close your eyes or listen to the sound effects and the sound direction and that thing. It's just the whole thing just comes to life. But unfortunately, you can't really close your eyes because you gotta read the subtitles. It's Japanese only with English subtitles. But yeah, this is just a very, very simple scaled down version of that.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Colombia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
I know.
As I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
It's kind of tempting. After talking about it, I kind of want to do it. But a lot of people will go like, what the fuck is this? Maybe we'll do it? I don't know. Warath with the 24 mods and his favorite MGS. Thank you for the resub and for your refined taste. You want to ban half the chat, Dim? Okay. Although, listening to that radio drama, again, we don't quite get the full extent. This is, I feel, is important to understand. We don't quite get the full extent and the proper feel of the relationship between Kaz and Big Boss in the English localization and translation and the tones and everything. And again, that okay, fuck it. We're talking about it so much. I guess we'll do it. Let me go save. There's always people who haven't seen it before, so. And just listening to that in Japanese, you get a little better idea of the original setting and the original feel and the original kind of relationship that they have that we don't really get with the English translation and English versions of it. Alright, I guess we'll do it. Fuck it. let me just put a little maybe text warning on the screen so people know what the fuck is going on. Let's see. All right, we'll put this warning on the screen. So, oh god, it's too big. We'll put this here, and we'll put it, actually, we'll do big, bright, red letters. No, that's not bright enough. Now, do you think that people will still ask what the fuck is going on? This isn't Peace Walker, blah blah blah, if we do that? Let's do a white outline. Yes, of course they will. Doesn't matter how... Ah, fuck it, I guess we'll do this. Is that noticeable enough for you? Alright, so that's the only reason, well, a couple of reasons actually, that I keep my Ground Zeroes, digital Ground Zeroes Japanese copy on my PS3. Even though it runs like shit, all we're using it for is to listen to the tapes and read the subtitles. So I guess the subtitles could be a little better. Could be 1080p instead of 720p. And of course, the thing that I mentioned in the tweet, here we can see how Ground Zero's art has Kaz in the background in Japan. And it was removed from the West. Because, simply put, because people didn't play or appreciate Peace Walker enough. So we'll fire this up and just go to the menu, do the tapes, and it's just so fucking good. Because it's not just a tape, it's an actual like radio drama with, you know, the correct tone and setting and music and sound effects and all that serious and silly stuff sometimes. The West is dumb. We did not appreciate Peace Walker enough. Yes. What? Who? What? Literally who? God, them loading times and them jaggies and frame rate. But all we need is the tapes and the subtitles, so that's okay. I really don't want to have to switch to PS4 for this, so it actually works nicely that we can switch from Peace Walker to Ground Zeroes for these. So you'll notice at the beginning is the same as, oh fuck, I don't want to log in, go away. Okay, we got an answer. I'm not logged into PSN. I don't give a fuck. So if we go to the Japanese Ground Zeroes tapes menu, we'll get this Peas and Kazuhira Blues, and we'll just play all of them. Make these go away. Okay. And hopefully there's a big enough warning on the screen as to why we're in Ground Zeroes right now, but it's Twitch chat, so you never know. If somebody comes in and says, this isn't Peace Walker, then we're gonna laugh, okay? Alright, enjoy, and really, I would invite everybody to just appreciate the tone of Japanese Snake, you know, Akio Otsuka and his relationship with Kaz, because this puts in a different perspective. Alright, let's do it. So the beginning is the same as the tape we just listened to, but it goes into much more detail after that.
人生ってのはわからないもんだな。いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが、ああ、 自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は、実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。
スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。
茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊は
待ち伏せだ。どうします、教官。ミラー教官。
ああ、
教官、
二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。
待ってくれ。俺は
あっちだ。言うことを聞け。
あんた俺を大鳥に。
違う、急げ。走れ、こっちだ。
教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。
おい。仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。
負傷者の抗争を急げ。鹵獲兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。
手が
聞こえん。
手が上がらない。
大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。
俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。
分かったから両手を見せろ。
解釈を頼む。
解釈？
切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？
マジェット。はい、ボス。
悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあ
グレネードだ。ボス。
安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。手を離せ。そうはいかん。
ボス。
待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。
俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。 野戦病院。いや、テントか。
政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。
帰れ。
話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。
帰れ。
永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ
う。日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく痛い。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ？
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑。ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ？俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅。お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴が。あだが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利かさもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。
お？
そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてくれ。
何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろ
う。おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。
ん？
俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ。
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重。24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で 撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつもたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中をまるで鞭で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従うやつがどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスコッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって？よく見ろ。人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ。裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ。
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか。まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ？ほら。
これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。どりゃ。 アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め。勝負ありボス。さすがですボス。
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め。
あれこれがいや待てよ。この先ぬるっとしたおかしいなこれ。
よし
そこまで。
なんだそりゃ。月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う。そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバえ？
うん。
あ、そんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ。
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
待った。もういい。
そうか。で？もう観念して俺の部隊に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか？
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ？柔道か？わんこそばか？
詳しいな。いや違う。射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を撃ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。
やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か。こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか。
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか？俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ？
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か。
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界にこうする。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか？こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか？
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか？
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか？
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。来る。くそ。俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことか？
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク離せ。
ミラ教官、すみません。
なんだと。
見えるだ。見える。ミツバチ、お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを？
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か？
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか？
決断をしたってことだ。ああ、
はい、ボス。
それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか？諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ？
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあ、立って。
どけ！
待て！
俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ！撃つぞ！
待て！
森を持っていきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか？
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス！気をつけて。
さあ、諦めろ。立て、来い。どうした？かかってこい。
くそー！
好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそー！
いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ、先がブレてるぞ。
離せ。
折れる。さあ俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあどうする。
分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと。
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ。
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境なき軍隊。
あ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくなボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
う。そうだ。あんた女は何人くらいだ。ものにした女だ。
ああ。お前は。
これくらい。いやこれくらいだ。あんたは。
俺か。俺は
スネーク。
気づいたか。囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
二人だ。連続
見事だスネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか。
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍反政府勢力どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
Hey, look, it's the theme from the prep screen. Yeah, totally. Alright, alright. So for those who haven't seen this before, the first time always hits different. You can picture it, and you can hopefully feel the different way that the relationship between Snake and Miller developed. The way he mocks him, laughs at him at first. Like, we don't really get all of that. And then of course Miller has this very Japanese thing of wanting to be recognized and whatnot. Alright, let's head back to Peace Walker. Actually, Peace Walker. I got a couple of resubs. AG Mantis with the 50. Cool AF Man with 38. And Decker with 98. Thank you so much, guys. Alright, so that was the very detailed, long version. Awesome version of how they met. All going from that little tape. We get like a tiny bit of a fraction of it in English. But Miller does beat him in one thing. His lady count, of course. Conveniently, they get ambushed before Snake can answer that. But yeah, he was impressed with Miller. The ladies, Miller wins, but they still join together. All right, let's go back to our massive manager. I know that was quite a bit of tapes, so we'll move on to the actual mission now, and then we'll get back to more tapes, of course.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can
English
contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Paz can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Alright. So before we actually meet what's her face, Amanda, I want to make sure we're not too backlogged in Miller tapes, because then each time you meet a new character, you know, they come with a whole bunch of tapes. Because God forbid the characters actually have story, background, motivations, and personality, right? Damn. But the CIA agent and the what's his face? I don't know. The general's number 2 and the Malak tapes beat all that for sure. Reconian firing squad, thanks for the 35. Nice. You don't get nice until 69. Sorry.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there. Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat. You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
Save some of these. These are all Twitch chat, subscribing, getting Fultoned. We'll save some of these Fultons for later, maybe. Doesn't matter too much because we're going to switch saves once we really need to have stuff unlocked. But for this and the first ending and everything, we want to make sure we have at least enough people to make a couple weapons along the way. Because if you don't recruit people, oh, look at this technology here. There's a puddle. We can zap the water. And those guys get zapped. Technology! Except that kind of sucks. You have to do it multiple times. It's not enough stun damage. Oh, come on. The technology.
What's going on?
Oh, let's see if we can get that guy too.
There must be hostiles in.
He's not down, is he? Nope. Have some more. Oh shit, he's still up. Oh, that's it. Okay. Right, time to start calling people randomly.
This is Miller, hearing you loud and clear. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window. Dinosaur footprints? Nah, it must be some sort of large bird. Our future is in your hands.
May generic calls, but also some situational stuff.
Dinosaur footprints, dinosaur footprint, dinosaur footprints.
I believe in you, Snake.
Getting every call in Peace Walker is a pain, because it's just random who you decide to call.
When you're up against a
Snake, help us reclaim peace. That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have...
When you're up against a wall, press the R1 button to tap on it. The boathouse is to the east. Head eastward.
That almost looks like a... You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
There's no swimming in this game, but at least they make sure to tell you why.
Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation. Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation.
Right. Imagine if there was a big open world game with multiple locations where you couldn't swim. Imagine if the only water was like ankle deep water. With no swimming. I'll never do that.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Freeze.
Thanks, Blade of Grass.
Our future is in you. You'll have to neutralize all those guards.
Let's wait before we get the last guy so that the cutscene doesn't start and I have time to fold them.
Another enemy soldier. Neutralize him.
You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
Yes.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Also, this game doesn't care about ceilings, roofs, or anything in the way. Nope, fuck you, just clip through it.
Neutralize the soldiers. You might even tranquilize or knock them out.
Are you familiar with Leafcutter and Snake?
Good. Now meet with the FSL
Just
and
interrupt.
Commandante. He's
Who
inside the
cares?
boathouse.
Yeah, perfect, very cinematic. Oh god, that low detail model in the face.
¿Quién es? Eche! No way. What do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh. He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
Okay.
too.
We can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security. More like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codesa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's. La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat, mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade?
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there, but I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it. All right.
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
All the Spanish-speaking people getting triggered by Spanish in this game. Buddha.
Get down! What the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot!
No! He won't survive the fall!
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture.
Her face there. Oh god.
Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well be free. Over here! Fine, Chico! Venceremos!
Should have just shot him. Would have solved so many problems. PJ, thanks for the 56 months. Yeah, luckily Shinkawa was put in charge of keeping Ashley Wood's nonsense down a little bit here, but every once in a while it still slips through.
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing, it's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Alright, let's see what we got here. Probably not a lot. All those guys that I just Fultoned. Oh. Oh, they're not in the brig. Okay. They'll suck though, but it's better than empty slots. And we can make a 1911 now, which Snake has been using in the cutscenes, but yeah. Very faint markings. There's just a blur of pixels there, but you can tell they're there. I guess they don't get in trouble with licensing or anything like that if they're that blurry. Nice, the markings on the slide. Interesting though that even though it's an A1, it has the flat back here, but later we can actually get the MGS3 1911 with different stats and look. them PSP graphics. And I really appreciate the way they still model things and, you know, really tried. Compare this with, like, man, I hate to bring this up, but those art renders, artwork, style, whatever the fuck you want to call it, for the Legacy Collection. Ugh. So bad. God, I'll take this any day, even though it's PSP graphics. Alright, so next mission or so, maybe two. Well, we'll get Amanda, we'll get all her tapes as well, and then Chico soon after that. So we'll do some other Miller and Paz tapes first. And, oh, guess what? We can actually go on Mother Base and the shooting range.
Commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today. Shoot away. When you're done, head over to the exit.
Well, here's the thing. Should we do the time attack? Score attack. Okay, let's do this one.
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
So imagine actually having a shooting range on Mother Base, and yeah, even little sound direction like footsteps on metal to go there when you start the mission. But imagine actually having an indoor shooting range with, you know, there's 4 lanes where you could be co-oping this with 4 people. And imagine like little things that should be obvious, but we can now point out that, well, let's see, where do I start? So where you hit the target matters. So a headshot will give you more points, 500. There's a time limit, but there's also a points system. It matters where you shoot targets. Not all the targets are available right away. There's different targets, different shapes. There's moving targets, God forbid. There's hostages targets that you can't shoot or not supposed to shoot. Wow, that's all very advanced. And okay, we're sucking a little bit here, so imagine it actually mattering where and how fast you shoot to get a rank at the end of this. These are all things that, you know, back in the day, you just thought, yeah, cool, pretty simple. Imagine if you had a big main console, big budget home console game where you don't have any of this. Everything that I just listed, not a thing. And you know what? Even though it's so obvious, it's so simple, it's so, like, it shouldn't even, it should go without saying. But no, we don't have any of this shit. So in MGS-V, you don't have a shooting range. It doesn't matter where you hit the target. You can fucking throw people at the target for it to matter. There's no points, there's no ranking, there's no shooting range, there's no kill house. There's no different, like, accuracy requirements. There's nothing. There's fuck all. So I never thought that all these things that should be obvious, you know, they're gone. Apparently, it was too hard to make, I don't know, moving targets or hostage targets in the Fox engine. This is just one small example of things that should be obvious but are missing. It's absolutely ridiculous that I even had to talk about it. But okay. Okay, Fox engine. Okay, MGS-V budgeting and priorities. Okay. You need something powerful like a PSP to do this. Let's be honest. And we didn't even get to the good part of the kill house. We're lucky we can maybe get an S rank still, but the later target missions, you kind of do need more accurate weapons and to be somewhat decent at it to get S rank. Right? Ah, fuck it. Oh, I shot a hostage. Rip. This one's pretty forgiving, so we might still get it. I can't believe that we have to even talk about it. This is so ridiculous. Okay, we still got it. A massive mansion. Oh yeah, and now we have the added insult to injury that Death Stranding has a shooting range. but MGS doesn't. Okay, you got your priorities right. Death Stranding has more shooting range mechanics than Phantom Pain. Just let that sink in for a second. UPS delivery guy gets more range time than Big Medic and his men. Yeah, that's the new update to this. Added insult to injury, really, but okay. Okay, so before we do this, let's go into some more tapes, because we haven't done any Paz tapes at all. Let's see. Okay. There's no good way to pace these. They're not supposed to be done back to back like this, but yeah. That's what we gotta do to stream it all.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Where's the one about coffee? Wait, I saw it.
So, that coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beings, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Wait, I thought they would mention. Maybe it wasn't in that tape. There should be a tape where they talk about Zero not liking coffee. Damn, could have sworn it was that one. Okay.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There is no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Oh, it must be the call about the village. The village of the awake. Yeah, it's probably that one. We'll get it later. Zafi, thanks for gifting sub to Sniper Wolf. 22 months. Resub. Nice.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Oteber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
Piss. Speaking of piss, we should kind of go back and forth between her tapes and Kaz's tapes, where they kind of reference each other. But yeah, like I said, unfortunately there's no real good way to pace this. I understand it's a lot at the beginning of the game. It calms down a little bit later, except when you find new characters. That makes sense. Yeah, it was not meant to be done in one sitting like this.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school.
Day.
But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, one thing to stop and think about is how these tapes are actual conversations and back and forth between, whatever character and Snake, pretty much 98% of the time. And there's no stupid radio chatter filter. And more importantly, for me, these tapes, like especially when you do like mission related stuff or location based tapes and all that stuff, and even the themes of the political tapes, all of those are relevant. And then you go and like do the mission and you see the things that they talk about, and it's like going on at the same time. There is a clear timeline and events and the feeling of moving forward in the game and in places, locations, and events as they happen. And that's reflected in the map, it's reflected in the mission list, it's reflected in the tapes as things move on. As opposed to the fucking tapes in V that are like on a different plane of existence. Like you're doing things that are completely unrelated to what they're talking about. You're going out in the desert to Fulton random asshole number 23 million. And the tapes, not only they don't have much of Snake or Big Medic, the tapes are just sometimes monologuing, or sometimes the other times it's just Kaz and Ocelot advancing the plot or doing just random conjecture and trying to advance the plot. It's like mommy and daddy are talking while Big Medic is playing in the background. And it's like a different plane of existence between what the player does, where you are, and what you see, and what goes on in the tapes. And some tapes are just straight up monologuing, like 15 minutes of Troy Baker Ocelot talking to himself to expose things that, could have been put literally anywhere else in the game. That's a big thing that V doesn't have. It's like nothing fucking happens around the player except in those like 6 or 5 Kojima missions where there's a little cutscene at the end of the mission. But nothing actually fucking happens around you in the world that you can see, that you can interact with, and you observe and do for yourself. It's like, go Fulton, this random dude, oh, we got some tapes in the process somehow. Let's let Roy Baker advance the story. It is so detached. It's like 3 even different planes of existence. There's the repetitive, stupid gameplay that has nothing to do with anything. There's the tapes of Kaz and Ocelot talking to themselves. And then there's a third plane of existence that is even more unrelated, which is like the truth tapes, which don't have any fucking place in neither time nor space for it to be happening. It's just you're randomly scratching your ball sack and mother base, going back to the hospital for some reason, and then getting the truth tapes out of fucking nowhere while you're, I don't know, farming FOBs or or clearing mines, or Fultoning a random dude in the desert, number 65 billion. So there's like 2-3 different planes of existence that have nothing to do with each other in the tapes in that game. And what's absolutely infuriating about it is that the big deal was supposed to be, and we'll get to this later, but the big deal was supposed to be that now you can visit Mother Base, you can move around, you can see things and characters around you, and they do none of that. They do absolutely fucking nothing of the environment, of the non-existent level design, the reused location, and the absolutely bland and useless characters that you see once and then put on your team and never think about again. And it's like, what the fuck? You had so much, you had all the right tools, hopefully, to make things actually happen around the player in real time and whatnot. And no. God, let's move on. When we get to those Mother Base tapes with Paz, especially, it gets really bad, because these tapes, they give you such a perfect idea of what goes on in Mother Base and all the things that we should have seen. Because again, the big deal was, oh wow, you can go Mother Base, you can actually set foot in Mother Base now. After playing Peace Walker, after listening to these tapes, you telling me, oh, now you can go to Mother Base, I'm gonna make a big deal out of it. Like all these things that supposedly they only tell you about in Peace Walker, you know, you would expect to see. But you could say, oh yeah, the PSP technology or whatever, file size wasn't there. But now Fox Engine, yay! Let's finally set foot on Mother Base, and there's fucking nothing. So thank you, I guess. Okay, let's move on. It's not until like towards the end that we get those Mother Base tapes. Mother Base is like the worst offender, but everywhere really is just fucking nothing unrelated to anything that's going on. Oh yeah, go Fulton this guy in the desert. It might get us closer to Cypher. Fuck off.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Hey, thanks for gifting the sub to Fox Engine. Maybe now I can render 13 people instead of 12. Although that's a stretch. Let's go to some Kaz tapes. I don't think they can. Oh man, there's a lot that we left behind here. We just gotta do it.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow.
FIFA, thank you for gifting a sub to the P engine. I don't think the P engine is the Fox engine though. Fox engine is the fart engine. Of course, the fart people that can't be rendered. Let's see. After these, we'll go back to Paz. Finish all these.
You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that. I just...
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Oh my god. What is happening? Alright, I should have kept my mouth shut because we got an anonymous sub to fart people. It says I'm just V fart clouds watching the stream and subbing. Thank you. And then the fart engine got a sub, of course, as well from FIFA. I don't want to know why there's even a Twitch account called Fart Engine, but I guess there's just anything out there. Whatever. Fart Engine. I kind of can't wait to get to it now. The people must know. We must show people what we're always memeing, talking about. Especially with so many new faces around here. Fart Engine. Safi also gifting subs to Cloud A's and Ragnar. Thank you. With 9 years. Let's see.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution, too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
Sorry,
but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
Wow. Snake just settled a gun debate. Gun control debate. On a large scale. I like going back and forth between two of them and kind of talking about similar things.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
Thanks, Kefka. Just what we needed. That song stuck in your head for the next few days. Thanks. Oh god, I forgot it existed, but you had to remind me.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
From the author of Show Me Your Genitals. Guns don't kill people. Oh god, please stop, you two. Please. Which came first? Show me your genitals or guns don't kill people? I don't know. I don't want to know.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF. And I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima, the guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Oh god, the meme subs. Keep going. Whip it out. Of course, it's a Twitch account name, Whip it out. Thank you, anonymous supporter. We'll make sure to vote you at the end of Enjutsu. I will have to do location once now, I guess. Ah, but of course, the flail. Yeah, I probably shouldn't repeat that too much. But thanks for gifting a sub. Who knows, somebody might take you out of context, you know? Sexual harassment on Twitch or something. Okay. Do these and then continue.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
Oh shit, Hobo with the 5 gifted subs. At least they're not meme subs. Thank you. Thank you, always so generous with everyone, Hobo. Good to see you, thank you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Well, we got another gift a sub from Safi to Kiro, just for saying that Kaz is so hot. How can you argue with that jawline? I mean, well deserved. Enjoy. Thank you again, Safi. You're 155 gift of subs now. Damn. His eyes,
Hey,
though.
Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
I don't know how this game wasn't like banned in the US or something, exposing all the shady shit that the CIA did in Central America back then. Because they don't teach you that shit in school, I'm pretty sure. You know? Okay.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
Yeah, it might be declassified, but they don't really go out of their way to make sure people know. Right? Oh well, okay, let's leave these for later. I know there's an actual game with gameplay somewhere in these tapes. Yeah, of course, Peace Walker didn't get enough attention, so there's also that.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
Who put a game in my tapes? Yeah, more tapes.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah? What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time.
That'll never happen. Ooh, getting a little spicy there, Moo Man.
To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
Wait until, just wait until the inevitable Che Guevara debate. Damn. Let's see what we have left here. It looks she actually talks about the things that we see and do.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
The rendering distance tends to be misty.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there.
There's something that I'm really thinking of right now that I've been meaning to check out for a while. And that's gonna be something in the cutscene when we rescue Chico. There's something that bothers me that I might need to point out. But I gotta double check myself. I'm not sure yet.
The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Who put gameplay in my tapes? Yeah, let's casually kidnap people.
Careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
Avoid these guys, though. Don't mind me. I really gotta change this to... Okay. This isn't tapes, so we'll call on the radio to make up for it. You adult nap, and then you kidnap. This is adult nap. And then this is kidnap. Yes.
Snake, try to make contact with Amanda.
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry.
Oh no, we're gonna go into hanging. Not really, because the guy isn't even facing my way. At least the first time. When we come back here for other stuff, it'll be a little more complex.
By hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
There, we're not hanging. I kind of heard like one of those cipher thingies, though. Interesting. Never noticed it here.
Confirmed onboard helicopter.
Wait. Wait.
Remind me, you're blind. I have 30% camo. I might as well be invisible in Peace Walker. The camo index is just ridiculous. Yeah, that's one of the things that bothered me at first, that at least Portable Ops did explain how the first guy you Fulton, you know, they had the talk.
They might be holding FSL
And eventually you see how and why he joins Big Boss, at least in Portable Ops. But after listening to the radio drama, which we just did earlier, you can sort of see that they're trying to portray it as people just join Big Boss because he's Big Boss. So, okay. He just has that much charisma. Although you do have to deal with people in the brig for a little bit first.
Fulton recovering a helicopter. Press the action button in front of a prisoner.
What's that, a ceiling? Not my problem. We don't care about ceilings. Ceilings, we're going, we don't need ceilings. There's another prisoner somewhere. Maybe save one. I want to say there's one here. Maybe in another mission. Tiger Stripe camo. Portable showers. Of course. Forever temporary for 25 years of temporary shower unit. Oh boy, this is where a lot of people get confused. There's so many little mechanics to the vehicles, vehicle fights, encounters that they're not so obvious. If you don't look it up, you can easily get confused and make your life much harder than it needs to be for these. I remember doing the same thing when I first played. But depending on the type of vehicle, the map that you're on, and the equipment you have, there's so many little idiosyncrasies of how to deal with it and what you can do to get a good rank too. And it's actually quite satisfying to get it smoothly once you have enough stuff. Now for the story missions, it doesn't matter. They're all very simple. There's like maybe one of each.
Listen, boss.
But later it gets more involved.
MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
Alright, because people actually eat and need food in this. I know I know they got parasites later in D, but right now there's actual food. And the morale is affected by it. Go figure. Let's auto-assign some people, and I should put us... Okay. Hey, look, it's Mosquito. Lobster. Guy named Lobster in the kitchen. Oh, my stomach. Johnny reference. Let's take a look at some of these new guys we got. Amigo. Gameplay stuff here. If only we had a weapon that let us capture those enemy heavy weapons without hurting them. Yeah, the EM net, I guess he's talking about. He's hinting at the EM net. Okay. I'm saving up my pay to buy a house and get married. I hope nothing happens to this guy. Oh, rip. Oh shit, this guy is getting spicy too. Yep. I don't want to fight, I want to be a cook. Oh, there's a guy with the higher cooking ability. Yeah, there should have been like a Rambo portrait. Senior exploits player data, boss. Now look at his face too. He doesn't know how to reload though. He can't reload. Okay. More mess, I guess. I'm going to start my own business. God, I hope nothing happens to him. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the bigger the weapon, the less camo index you get as well. Is this supposed to be Johnny? This kind of looks like I'm just for Johnny with the shades. Nothing feeds a developer like the sound of a satisfied user. Oh! You did not just go there. This is like a direct message to the player. Nothing feeds a developer like the sound of a satisfied user. I've got a complaint about certain things that were developed later, and where do I file a complaint? God, if that's really how they feel about people, oh man, I'm sorry. Yanniku, thanks for this 46 months, Riso. We're back at Kaz here, okay. Oh boy, that one hits hard. I think I could legitimately make Kojima cry if I start listing all the things. Hey, that's how he feels. If you haven't talked about him, just V. I bet I could make him cry out of frustration or disappointment in himself. Not that I want to be evil and do that, but that's just the effect of it, because that's just how it is. I'm sorry. I don't particularly want to make him sad, but if that's how it feels, that's just what might happen. I'm sorry. And look, now that there is a clear sense of progression in the map, in the locations, in the tapes, in the events that actually have a clear timeline and sense of, advancement, now we're facing a vehicle which is, kind of like a boss fight going on. So guess what? The music in the menu picks up. And there's a few different themes in this menu depending on what's currently going on in the story. For maybe Dim can help me here. So when you face bosses, and when Zadornov escapes, when you're facing Peace Walker, all those are like, key moments, and the music picks up and there's actual sound assigned to it, and the tension is increased, or there's a mystery feeling when Zadornov escapes and all that. And these are whole things that I didn't think about when I first played it. You don't appreciate it until it's fucking gone. Because at the end of the day, what happens with even, MGS-V and its open world gloriousness is that you have absolutely no fucking reason to walk the world from one mission to the next, and sometimes you just plain can't do that. So what it turns into is, again, going back to the menu and selecting the next mission, just like fucking Peace Walker. That's why the mission structure fits so well, and it's basically the same. You have no reason whatsoever to be out in the world, so you go back to your ACC mission menu and select the next mission, just like Peace Walker. So what the fuck was the point of making open world in the first place? And each mission has its own designated area anyway, just like Peace Walker. Except it's a shittier version of Peace Walker, because we're missing all these little details and contents and sense of continuity and sound design. So fuck. God damn it. It's just ridiculous. And each area you complete in sneaking with, you know, in the main story also gives you a marksmanship challenge. So again, with more complex targets, score, system, time, location, moving targets, different targets, hostages, all that shit, and nearly every location. So again, something that's more detailed. Fuck me, it's just the more I notice is going back to this game after playing V is just so sad and painful. It's like it effectively poisoned my view of this game with all these little things that, yes, I appreciate it more, but it just makes me so fucking mad that a little PSP game has more care and thought and detail put into it. It's just, there is no fucking excuse. But anyway, let's do this.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
RJ972 with the 59 months, thank you. And like I was saying earlier, there's so many little mechanics and ways to deal with these vehicles that doesn't matter too much for the story ones, but later when you do the more complex optional stuff, it's, again, depending on the mission, the type of vehicle, the area you're in, the gear you have, you can approach it in different ways to make it work for you. And it sounds simple, but it isn't. It can be tackled in many different ways depending on all those factors. So and later when you develop more interesting stuff, of course there's co-op, that's another variable. There's a lot going on, but most people, I feel, don't really give this game enough of a try. I understand it's not for everyone, but you don't appreciate what this game really has to offer until you put enough time into it and get to the more involved parts of it. And unfortunately, not everybody can bear that at first. It's not as simple as it looks from like the main story alone, with all the mechanics. And there's some really fun and crazy nonsense later, like Peace Walker, some of the best side mission variety, gear, maps, and all the little interaction and things, and of course the co-op. All those things you don't really fully appreciate until you put time in it. You don't even know what the extent of what the game has in it until you put time in it. It's a little bit of a barrier, I feel, for some people. And it's fair. It's not for everyone. I get it, but that's why I want to mention it. There's a lot going on that people never get to see here. But anyway, as for this, again, story missions are really simple, so we don't really need anything. Smoke grenades help, and we have enough Fultons. So for this, we could do different things. We could take out the commander, we can avoid alerts and Fulton all the people, but that means you need to have enough Fultons depending on the mission. You can damage the vehicle and destroy it, obviously, or you can damage just enough for the commander to come out and put him to sleep. So you can do it stealth or action or a mix of both, and again, all those little dynamics play into deciding how it turns out, especially when you do it in co-op, especially when you do it in with more advanced missions. Anyway, let's I wanted to do the other tape out, whatever. I'm willing to bet they didn't stop for a second to think oh, this game is on PSP, so it won't be as popular. Because again, Kojima doesn't give a fuck about the Western release and English versions of his games. So I don't think you stop for a second to think, oh, this is gonna hurt the game's popularity or whatever. Those are just not the terms they think about. If anything, it's the opposite. They probably thought it was gonna be better to put it on PSP. Because again, it's huge in Japan. How do we put these guys down? The story mission is simple. It only has 8 people in it, so we have enough Fultons for this. But if I didn't, I would have to resort to other ways, such as indirect kills, or just giving up on a good rank, or doing it lethally, or, you know, actually destroying it. But once you know what you're doing, like, it's really simple for the story missions. Yeah, it's actually more popular than home consoles in Japan, so... Considering how detached from the, the English versions and the Western reality, considering how detached they are from it in terms of development, it doesn't surprise me at all that, you know, this decision was made. Oh, almost. And Aiden, you're close, but not quite. You're 2 games too far. That's MGS 3, not 5. In MGS 4, they say big bosses become an action figure in the West. That's what MGS 3 is. You're close. But that's why MGS 3 exists in the way that it does. I talked about it during the last MGS 4 run. You guys can go look at the VOD when we, right after the frogs, there's that call about it. That is exactly what MGS 3 is. Big boss turned into an action figure in the West. The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize. Oh shit, that's not my tranquilizer, that's right. I guess I do keep it at 2 slot and just switch it every time. Okay. This guy is grinding with his feet. Shit, I love doing that. So the game has some sort of mechanic where it checks if the player is moving. And if the player is moving, it misses you. Even if you're in the same place most of the time. So you don't really need to move sideways, you can just do that. It's not 100% safe, but it's pretty close and it's hilarious. We're just kind of abusing this game because it's so easy on PS3 controls, but trust me, this will make you hate life on PSP the way it was originally. Oh no, I'm getting hit. Okay, we can't really... Also, his accuracy isn't that great because it's like the first easiest vehicle. But yeah, sometimes I make things look ridiculous, but this will actually, again, especially some of the later ones, it will make you hate life on PSP as it was intended. And it's not a great idea to try and dodge the main gun that way, I feel. We're just memeing there. As you saw, it wasn't 100% safe. It just looks ridiculous. You don't want to do that with some of the stronger vehicles. They will shred you in seconds. They all have like different damage stats and health, amount of enemies, damage that they do, so... Some of those later fights, especially like, I don't know, Peace Walker custom fights, and PSP it translated into getting blown one side to the other, like just playing pinball with big balls getting blown left and right, eating rations in between, desperately trying to aim in between. Ah, that was frustrating.
Amanda!
Shoot it!
You'll fall!
Shoot el Chico Libri!
Surely she said, shoot Chico's sister, right? I don't know Spanish, that's what it sounds like. Okay, well, okay. If that's what you want.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libri!
You just piss her off a little bit. Nah. This one's bigger. But there's actually an ultimate scene here. If you mess up, she will do it herself.
I will take my own life before I sell out my copas under torture.
Nice. I like this scene a little bit better. She saved herself. She's a strong, independent woman.
Amanda!
Chico.
What? What is it?
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua, across the Rio San Juan, and we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew. Everyone except Chico. Everything we have, our weapons, our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country.
Shut up, show me your panties.
Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa. I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico...
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
So we got a really bad cutscene interaction bonus because we kept messing it up on purpose. Still got an AO. Prison Monk to 51 months. Thank you. Oh, that reminds me.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can
Medics?
also monitor everybody's
No.
health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Got excited pop with it. 24 months. Thank you. So yeah, you could basically blame it all on Amanda being injured. Now we got a sick bay and we got medics to go with it. Oh no, the medical team. Okay. Let's see what's going on. No, I don't want the tutorial. Go away. Got some new people here. Check out the map. No need for you to go, boss. I got this one covered. Not with those stats, you don't. You suck. Okay, working out. Fresh sashimi with Japanese sake. Wonder what kind of fish they get there. So for now, there's nobody in the medical team. Maybe we should keep it that way. So normally, when somebody's injured, all their stats are down, and if you don't keep them in sickbay, they die after a while. But guess what? Amanda's a unique character, so she never dies, which means we could put her in the kitchen anyway. Yeah, and we could now make tortilla chips. Perfect. Thanks to Amanda, we can make what is actually Doritos in the Japanese version. So yeah, we can keep her working with a broken leg. You don't need legs to cook. Yes. So these are just generic, organic taco chips, borderless taste. But in the Japanese version, these are actually Doritos. And the should have somewhere soda. Wow, ×4 lime flavor. This is, you guessed it, Mountain Dew in Japanese. And the 0 calorie soda I think is like Coke. No, it's Pepsi Zero or something. Meanwhile, here's the NARC drink. Police Knots reference, but also the drink of choice for Drebin in MGS4, of course. Pepsi next. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Right. Screenshot with Mess Hall Team 99. Alright. Guess let's develop the Doritos. Oh, the suppressed 1911 is gonna be useful much later, when we can actually make it. Did I sign these guys? Okay. So now that we got Amanda, we get all of her tapes. Each time you get an important character, you know, we get tapes. And more side offs here, but whatever. No, I get confused with the 3-slot cycle, man. I can't do it. It just sucks when you actually want to switch something out. You gotta like rearrange everything. I can't do that. I'll just stick with 2. Although sometimes when you really don't have to switch, I do use 3, like for the more advanced tank missions. And it's like 1911 tranquilized. No, the 1911 smoke grenades and Fulton mines. Yeah, those 3. I don't know, maybe I haven't looked too much into it. Alright, tapes time. Because imagine actually having characters that have something to say and being relevant to the story and having their own background when you get them. Nah. Better get some Malak. Or, I keep mentioning Malak because he's the only one who actually has a name. But I think if you listen carefully, they also mention that Malak is kind of like a code name, or what people call him is not his actual name. Yeah, nobody gets a name. The General's number 2, Malak. The CIA agent, the Spetsnaz commander. Yeah, all very memorable characters. Thank you.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
We better do all these now because next we're gonna get Chico. Ugh.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it.
Yeah, I didn't know what a samosa is until people started memeing about it. Like, oh, that sounds strangely close. Unfortunately, oh, I see. Fatska will be on all over that. I still don't think Malak was his actual name to him. If you listen carefully, that's just apparently what they called him, like a code name or something. Oh. But yeah. Sorry, you actually had to look into the deepest lore of MGSV.
The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all,
It takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or los sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate.
Ah, that explains it. Santa uses parasites to control and fly reindeers. That would explain a lot, actually. Maybe Code Talker is Santa, after all. Kind of looks like him. Well, maybe the end was... Definitely looks like him. Also, those theories where it's like Amanda's father was the end or some shit just because they both have a beard. Oh boy, that's a thing. Yep. Chico's quiet.
Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed-out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about? They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz.
Yeah. Wish we could hear a conversation with Kaz. It's not actually there, though.
A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Luger who said that. Oh shit, here comes the Elche tapes. Don't be triggered. There's a few with Miller as well. And people don't seem to realize that representation doesn't necessarily mean endorsement, and given the time and place and context of these people and what they're doing, of course they're gonna look out to Che Guevara. And it's a Japanese game too, so it's like, come on. Actually,
I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
Wow, it's almost as if the world is shades of gray and everybody did fucked up things at some point, and depending on who you are and what you're doing, you might look up to them or not look up to them. Wow. Next, you're going to tell me that there is no single perfect person in history. I have no dog in this fight, but goddamn, come on. Let's see. Bristle Monk. So I played V in Japanese, and one of the things that struck me is not really big medic, but there's actually a couple extra lines from Kaz. There's one in particular I remember about, and a cutscene where he takes off his glasses and you can see his eyes. There's an extra line in Japanese where he says, "My sight has left me," and there's like, at least there's English subtitles for the Japanese version if you set the language to Japanese. In English, when he says, "From now on, you will be my eyes," or something like that. In Japanese, there's an extra line. He says, "My sight has left me." But I don't think it's to be taken literally. Like, he's talking to his men to basically be suspicious about among each other there. So yeah, there's definitely a couple of different lines, kind of weird. But overall, I mean, it's not like they're gonna rewrite or change the character because it's Japanese. So there isn't that much extra big medic nonsense. Let's not forget that even though obviously they kept the Japanese voice actor, there's no way Kojima would have done that to Otsuka. But having Kiefer being kind of like the face of MGSV to the world, that was Kojima's own interest to do that, and also a little bit of a service to more of the Japanese audience than the English, because of course there was that largely unaccepted largely decision to change the voice actor in English. But Kojima doesn't give a fuck about the English versions of his games. He just wanted the cool Hollywood actor for himself, and because 24 and Kiefer are fucking huge in Japan too, all while keeping the Japanese voice actor, of course, because he would never do that, because they're actually friends and it actually matters in Japan, and voice acting is a much more respected profession, basically on par with actual acting in Japan. So I think that deserves to be mentioned, that having Kiefer is a service to Japanese audience and Kojima himself, while not giving a fuck about the English backlash or choices or whatever, or the English versions as a whole. If you listen to Kojima talk about it in like countless articles, interviews, and whatever, he is just so disconnected from the reality of the English versions of his games, like localization, translation, and the voice acting, directing, the whole thing with the accents and whatnot. It's just, he doesn't give a fuck. He's just completely detached from it, and which would explain why we got, basically, we did not get, rather, the proper experience with a lot of things in English. Well.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet.
Yeah, and then let's not even mention the less than optimal relationship with Hater, even though this was like a... God, I wish I had links for all this material I keep mentioning so you guys don't think I'm crazy, but it was some fucking Skype interview with David Hayter somebody did, where he was, if you listen to it, it's just all in his head, really, because he doesn't give a fuck, I'm sure, but he felt wronged, He mentioned that he only spoke to Kojima like twice in his whole life, and they're not exactly non-friendly terms, according to him. Yeah, obviously, that would add to the whole thing. Like, Kojima's been trying to get rid of Hater since MGS3, so he had to re-audition because Kojima already wanted someone else, already wanted a big Hollywood actor. He wanted fucking Kurt Russell to voice Snake in MGS3, but that would have been ridiculous at the time. And he didn't have his foot in the door at Hollywood yet, I guess, for that. But yeah, and I just completely disconnected from the English experience as a whole. And for the actors and for the audience.
Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than Hombre Nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
I can only imagine how salty Kojima is every time he has to read, like, oh, David Hayter, it's Solid Snake, the one and only. Because there's also this degree of, you know, Hayter getting more recognition in the West than Kojima does for his games. Yeah, well, it's a clusterfuck. Let's just leave it at that.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Oh, sign me up.
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No. Just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America.
Yeah, we're kind of facing an ammo crisis right now. We could use some revolution too. Yeah, also less than optimal relations with translators, localizers for both MGS1 and 2. It's just, it is a sad story. I'm not surprised he's so detached from all of it now. Well, even more so now than Metal Gear as a whole, of course.
Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids.
Then one day some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay. And I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Commandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Ah, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a guerrilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
Do we have to rescue him, though? Oh well. Let's see. There's a couple more tapes that we should have unlocked now.
The nukes appeared.
Let's play this after, actually. There you go.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
And thus, MJ's V was born.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
Yeah, I really do wish that we would stream Peace Walker more. It's not that common, even though it's one of my favorites in my top 3, but it's a little hard to stream because of the pace and because it's not for everyone, and you know, it doesn't happen a whole lot because of that. We definitely don't get as many people in here when Peace Walker is on, so it's a little hard on the channel, I guess. It's a real shame people don't really appreciate or even get to know what all this game has to offer. It's one of those cases when there's no justice in the world for things that have more love and care and detail put into them, you know. But Fox Engine graphics, that will get you further.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
He doesn't want to know how he got it. Yeah, the boss fucked up my arm and I had to take it off her. Oops. But he does the same thing. He uses it as a sling in MGS3. The Shikamaru references back in MGS3 already. Fruta de Oro.
There's a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end. Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
Yeah, basically all bananas are clones of each other, and that's what Liquid was talking about in MGS1. Science of symmetry. If one person or one specimen is genetically prone to a disease, yeah, they all suffer it. So in other words, Paz is Liquid. They're both blonde as well. Sign me up. Let's make a YouTube conspiracy theory about this. Quick. Paz was Liquid the whole time. Oh, there's the tape I was talking about where they talk about Zero.
Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
Maybe?
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
Shit, it might not be this one. Which tape is it where they talk about Zero and coffee and tea? It's not the Costa Rican coffee tape, and it's not this one. Oh, I'm forgetting. Maybe one of these? No, it's not in her diary. I mean, she talks about Zero in her diary too, but no, this is a conversation between her and Snake. I should be able to get it pretty early. I usually get it early. Probably one of these that I haven't done. No, it's pretty early, I think. Maybe just remember wrong. I'm confusing myself trying to think about it. Maybe it is later. Yeah. Maybe. But it has something to do with the coffee tapes here. I don't think it's one of the environmental ones. Anyway.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's gonna be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear you. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
You enjoyed the bananas. That's why. Are you denying it? Haven't you already peeled most of my comrades? Oh, what the fuck. Give me the 1911.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
So, I'm gonna take maybe a screenshot during this cutscene with Chico because there's something that's been bothering me about it and I want to look at it more closely and maybe point it out. It turns out that I'm right. Something is off with it.
The basin ahead leaves you completely exposed.
There's a peeler inside you. We were created to be that way. Created? The bananas to rape. Okay, let's stop before this goes too far. Look at this guy practicing his SVD reloads. Not you.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I wish I had something to zoom in with, but okay. So he's got a bunch of 1-round magazines. Practicing his reloads. Got core strength too. I guess it's a way to make the first sniper you see kind of have a low volume of fire. Bolt action like. Does he just grunt like that when he misses? Fuck, I never noticed that. So he doesn't always hit the target. That's like... and 15 yards with an SVD. Yeah, that's hard. So wait, when he misses, he grunts like that? Yeah, he does! Holy shit! Okay, so he's going for those white marks, I guess. Yep. Oh, he misses when he, I mean, when he grunts. He grunts when he misses. I never noticed that. Trigger control. Nice. Is it a pattern? Is it 3 hits, 1 miss every time? Damn, how many magazines does he have? Maybe there's a guy in the back reloading it 1 round each time. Yep. Alright. This guy is actually a high-level intel guy, but we can't get him until we have the Fulton Mines or launcher. That's how they troll you with it. They put the higher-level guys in the noob missions. Yeah, you would have to farm them.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Alright, time for Kaz to be a rail nerd.
They're using the Scarecrow for sniper training.
Those tracks used to transport coffee. They're using that village as a prison.
Railroads in Costa Rica use 1067mm gauge tracks, the same as Japan.
Shut up, nerd. For some reason, Kaz is a recording fan and a rain fan.
Please, Snake.
Okay, he likes locomotives.
Boss, please. You have to help Chico.
He likes to record locomotives.
Those tracks used to
Head north if you...
Those tracks
That's it?
We gotta save Chico, Snake. Chico's
No.
in a prison.
Please, Snake. Those tracks used to transport
Okay.
coffee. They're using that village as a prison now.
Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to find him. Check inside a house by to check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. Even if
Check
you
inside a
take out the
house.
enemy at
Check
hand,
inside a house.
There's more where they came from. I'd keep a low profile if I were you.
So more sound design here. If we're really quiet, we don't actually have to check inside to know what's going on. You can hear sounds coming from the doors. Somebody is probably pissing themselves here. But a very long piss.
Mama!
Piss Walker. The real Piss Walker was here all along. What's going on here? Nothing. This might be the empty one. You can hear Chico too if it's the right one. Yeah, this might be empty.
No one here.
Yep.
Supposedly, the houses being used to hold prisoners have been fitted with blue doors.
Shut up and try to listen. I should just run up to his face.
We're under attack!
Nope.
Free.
Keep thinking somebody resubbed when we Fulton people. Little inconvenience of playing Peace Walker.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
That would be nice timing though. Okay. What's going on here? Oh shit! China order with 6 months from Safi. Thank you, Safi. Gifting a sub. Okay, I guess it's a little quieter in the game, at least for me. Another empty one? Maybe the guy who's asleep doesn't make any sound until you check. Kinda wanted to get all the sounds here. I kind of maybe remember best. No, I don't know. Yep. Okay, sleeping guy also doesn't make any sound. Fulton just got Fultoned.
Not this one.
Taffy again. Good job. Chico's in here. You could hear him freak out. Yep, this is the right one. Yep, you can hear him. Nice. very easy to miss. You can just check. Why would you stop and listen? Alright. I'm gonna take a screenshot, and fair warning, this is gonna be a possible gun nerd moment when Snake reholsters his 1911. There's something that bothers me about it, so I want to take a closer look at it when it happens. Before we take a screenshot. Okay, Dim. So it should be soon.
Chico, is that you?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos. Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes?
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo... Mi viejo.
He's gone. But there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay, here it comes.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
Yep, there's one thing that bothered me about that, and it's strange because even the side views looks a little off, but especially when he reholsters it. Okay, so I took a screenshot. It's a little fuzzy because, of course, we got the art style going on. Let's see. So there's one detail that's weird that they included. All right, little gun nerd moment here. Why is it see-through? See that little block in front of the rear sight? That is a firing pin block safety on the Beretta 92. Why the fuck is it there? What is supposed to be a 1911? Unless there's some other guns that have that, that's a very, very distinctive thing. I'm always open to learning more, so if I'm wrong, do mention it. Learning new things is always good. But that's so fucking weird. It always rubbed me the wrong way when he reholsters his gun. And this time, I wanted to fucking look at it. But you can't really see any other distinctive features of the Beretta though, like the slide mounted safety or the ambidextrous release decocker rather. But that firing pin block thing is right there. Weird. Okay. Sorry, I just had to check because I always look at it, and they only show that for like a split second each time, so I don't think about it too long. There's no way the Desert Eagle has a firing pin block thing like that, does it? I don't know. I don't have one. It's such a weird detail to include. That I'm aware of, only the Berettas have that. It's there.
Snake, Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon. I might as well have taken a Calibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before? What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right? Okay, sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake. Boss, I had an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags?
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
Tim, I know you want me to host the next mission, but the truth is it's gonna take me longer than 10 minutes to figure out my stupid PSN and Ethernet and DNS settings and log in and whatnot, so that's not really doable right now. Because I already know it's gonna be stupid. Lately my PS3 likes to do this thing where the password is right and I can log in like from, I don't know, the PSN website, but then I do on the PS3 it's like unable to log in or wrong password. Like what? 3 hours? I don't know if I want to deal with that. It's kinda easy to, you know, get lost into things to talk about in Peace Walker. I kinda wanna move on as well. Let's see what we got here. C4. There, pay you. And we got a new plant. Or it's being built. Yeah, the platforms aren't miles away from each other because of the loading times, at least. I'm afraid it's been 9 tapes. Now that we got Chico, we got all the Chico tapes. Now we might as well do this one.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up. Nice and easy. Don't let yourself get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job done.
Before we do that... Oh god. Okay. B356535 with a 61 months. Thank you.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking.
Slap him. Oh yeah, since we're in the business of ruining pictures for people like Kaz's eye, you can now never unsee how Chico's hat is photoshopped on top of him after the fact. There's no like shadow to it.
Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be.
Ugh.
He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Okay.
Now the renders are the same in Japanese, I'm pretty sure. Also, if you look at the tape, at the bottom left of the tape, there's what looks like an Armstech logo. AT tapes? Okay. It says, it's really hard to read. ERV, ENV, 2200 high contrast. High pass filter, which I assume was actually a thing for cassette tapes. I don't know, I was too young. I remember tapes, but I didn't know anything technical about them back then.
Have you ever heard, shoot, coward, you're only going to kill a man?
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF.
I don't know if Big Boss wants any solid guys, but okay.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
Do we really want to hear to all of his listen to all of his nonsense here? God, okay. People need to know how painful Chico is in this.
Snake, legend has it. A place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo?
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too? Ah, that makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Ha! I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
Shut up, Big Boss. You believe in Santa Claus. You're not much better. Okay, we don't get all the other tapes about it now. Okay, good.
Hey, Snake, are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
Right. If only we could actually send them. Maybe we can send fucking Huey, Kojima out on the battlefield. Huey with his wheelchair. Can we put Huey in the combat unit and send him on an outer op? Fuck. I don't think so. I feel like I would have done that if you could do that. But we'll definitely send Kojima against a battalion of tanks on his own later. Just to see how he manages. Let's see. Do we have any? Should be another Amanda tape. Maybe not yet. I guess we can skip those. Okay. I actually wanted to do this mission, that's right. Let's send a random dude. Probably still caribou, not alligator. What are those? Caribou. Just one reference. Alright, let's go caribou. Metal caribou. Solid caribou. You're gonna suck at running, caribou. But okay. We should interrogate these guys. And we can get some I'm just V level of voice acting when you interrogate these guys.
Start talking.
There's only little squeaky sound effects and subtitles. Just like MGSV.
Start talking.
Except this was a fucking PSP game. And it would require something advanced like a PS2 game to have actual voice acting. They couldn't fit all that audio in the PSP UMD, right? So kind of excusable. Okay, I'll interrogate too. Because these guys, they all tell you where the documents are, so. And it shows up on the map.
Start talking. Start talking.
Oh, is it a sound effect from Snatcher? Damn.
We'll keep it here at the base.
Start talking. Best voice acting, just like MGSV. MGSV is more like.
Start talking. Start talking.
Hey. Let's see. This will give us the RPG too. Yep, there you go.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I don't know where the exit is, but probably past the gate here. We'll go this way. Why?
The enemy's close.
Nope.
Start talking.
45 to the leg.
Start talking.
Why do I call it V? I don't know. Ask Kojima. That's his doing. Ah shit, we're missing one from the map. There's no more people to interrogate, so they make you look for at least one, I guess. Yeah, that's another thing that I forgot to mention. Oh, is it? I already know about this one. The way the calibers work differently is much more advanced in a fucking PSP game than a PS4 game, of course. Or I should say PS3, whatever.
Okay. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
But yeah, that gives me a little bit of hope that Kojima knew. You know? It's V, not 5. I pinned that tweet too, so people maybe, hopefully, see it. Kojima's V isn't as big as GTA's V. God damn it. Because, you know, you gotta compare V sizes just like you compare D sizes, after all. This is starting to make a little bit too much sense. Kojima's V. He got the V.
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
Hurry, but tapes. Ah, there you go. Finally, the freaking Zero tape.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, Once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
It's especially funny because she knows him too. She knows exactly who he's talking about, but yeah. She can't say.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did, but the bananas helped complete it, so they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Well, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
Most salty thing about V, like what I'm salty about? It's hard to pick one, but if you had to pick like a category, it's probably the general feeling of incompetence, the technical incompetence that went in it, and the oversights. So the general feeling of not a single fuck was given that day. And that encompasses a lot that we could break down, but let's just get to it, okay? Slowly. Well, we'll get to it. Maybe if every single mission wasn't fucked in some way, and the menus and the tapes and...
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first.
Yeah, that would be a start.
To get to the coffee factory, you first need to backtrack to the fork in the road. Fulton
Guy's
recovery
about to turn.
subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Wait, we can take a shortcut here. This technology.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I'm just gonna put my box here. I didn't mean to pick it up again, damn it. Have to be at the right distance. Turns out the shortcut isn't much quicker if you get stuck doing this shit. Come on, you can do it. There you go. That destroyed the box though. Yeah, we've done acid on stream before. A couple times. That's what I will always refer as.
What was that?
We'll do acid on stream a couple times. I'm gonna save these Fultons. More people ahead. And prisoners.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
God damn it. I did the analog thing where 180's on you.
I think I see someone.
Nope. Prisoner? Prison. I just realized that massive manager name is way longer than the health bar on the side. Nice. We're probably stretching the maximum character length for the name. I'm surprised it fit.
Coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
Instant helicopter. Alright, time for some more technology here.
Helicopter is complete.
First, we lure the guy here.
You could probably climb that if you had someone to lend you a hand.
What was that noise?
Then we're either gonna grab him by the dick or the asshole. One of those. Oh no, he's too far. Oh, I remember now. I gotta move him. Ah, that actually stunned him. Because he was against the wall, I guess. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Get up.
Not enough room, huh?
Well, railgun ammo.
Someone attacking?
Grab him by the dick.
What is it?
And then the other guy comes to check.
Enemies close by.
What? Oh shit, there was a guy below too. Completely forgot about him. Oh well. Ruined. See how 45 instantly disables them? That's actually the way the different calibers work in this game. Had some thought put into it. Especially once we get to suppress 45, it's gonna be like knee and leg shots everywhere. It's actually better than the tranquilizer to disable people. Nah, we only got one guy. I seriously doubt that these guys have any decent stats, but I did save some Fultons for them. Because of the infinite wisdom of the AI here.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
They're so fucking blind. I feel bad for these guys. They were made with PSP controls in mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. They meant well when they programmed you. I promise. We can't even blame Bluepoint because it wasn't Bluepoint that made these Walker HD.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Imagine are you just abusing the enemy on the ground, you're minding your own business and a fucking tank comes out of nowhere.
Check out the cargo.
Notes.
Do not apply him just one tank fight logic to this like I did the first time I played this game. I still remember it. Bad idea. Oops. Completely different mechanics. like, obviously it's a fucking tank in Metal Gear. I have to throw grenades at the hatch, right? Oops. It's funny how confusing these vehicle missions can be if you don't know the mechanics behind them, versus if you do, it's just completely different. It depends. It heavily depends on how you approach it. You can do lethally, non-lethally. You could do it by destroying a thing or half destroying a thing or getting all the soldiers out. And it's also worth mentioning that the amount of enemies and the vehicle's health scale with how many players you have. At least I think the health scales do. The enemies do for sure. So it depends. And if you go with more than one person and you try to do it stealthily, you can rest assured that whatever randoms you find to play with you online will get you spotted. It's true what they say about solo sneaking mission. What's the advantage of a stealth mission, solo sneaking mission? There's no one else to fucking get spotted. You're on your own.
That's an enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
The maximum is 99. So it becomes a clown car, yes, for armor vehicles that have any number that multiplied by 4 caps at 99. Yes. APCs are clown cars. But for tanks, it works differently. There's different mechanics depending on the map and the type of vehicle you're fighting. So for tanks, you sort of hear like a stun grenade sound in the corner in the back, and they have all these different spots in the map where they appear from. They don't come from the tank. So you gotta handle it differently. But again, it's just a story mission, so it's gonna be simple. I think it's like 8 guys again. And if you Fulton more than one at a time, then you have more than one spawn at different corners of the map rush towards you. So if you Fulton too many too fast, you have all these different people running towards you from different spots. So it can be beneficial to slow down the Fultoning because of that. Let's see. Wait, there should be... Oh, I got this mission.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they keep me out of sight. Temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
don't forget about that gun, huh?
Or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
I really, really hate the Fulton launcher. No matter what you do, it gets you an alert. And I don't like that. Even when I hide in like clouds, smoke, or whatever other bullshit, like in my experience, a Fulton launcher always gets you an alert. I would much rather use Fulton mines. If I need extra
You don't have any
Fultons.
supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo?
I just hit him with the grenade
Back
itself.
and reorganize things first.
Yes, not so OP. You can sort of bullshit your way through alerts though with the launcher. I don't know, it just sucks. So the first 4 guys, they're not suspicious yet. So, oh shit. You know, they're gonna appear randomly. But they're not suspicious, I haven't caused enough commotion yet. So they're not running to me or here, they're running to the vehicle still.
What is it?
Except, of course, if they see someone.
The enemy must still be close by.
Oh shit. Good thing they're fucking blind. So right now they're still going to the tank. The one thing that isn't blind though is the tank itself. If you're in front of the tank at any point, no matter camo index, you'll get spotted. And I have to watch for that because it's gonna take a while. It's actually gonna go all the way around and face me if I take too long. Kind of like the helicopters in MGS3 during the caution. Oh shit, I lured them nearby. So the game is this mechanic where if you miss, it punishes you by instantly letting people know where you shot them from, and they come running your way. Except that can actually be used to your advantage if you want to just lure them closer and Fulton them more easily. So I totally missed on purpose there. See how the tank was just about to move, but that the tank knows when the soldiers are awake or not. And as soon as I put the last one down, it started moving, and now that another one spawned, it stopped again. Okay, now that I caused that much commotion, they're not going to the tank, they're going to where the commotion happened. So, say I want to make this easy. Cloud of smoke, then miss on purpose. And he comes to check here.
Somebody's here.
Yep, thank you. It's probably your last guy. As soon as he's disabled, the tank will move again. And now the commander will come out. It's a bunch of little mechanics like that. Little things that you just gotta know. And also depends on what gear you have, which vehicle you're fighting, and which map you're in. They'll change the dynamics a little bit like that. Now this guy is driving the tank with his feet, I guess. So we can't blame him for being a little erratic in his driving. He goes fucking crazy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, take off your helmet. Nope, 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 nope. Oh shit, that actually hit me. I want to dodge. That doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it's the distance. Oh fuck, now he's gonna go all over the place. Yes, whatever machine gun he has totally doesn't go through these wooden beams. Just keep moving. Whatever, we can just face tank it. I got rations and does like no damage. Because it's the first one, the first tank. Oh, this is also when we get the first code name. We don't talk about code names in Peace Walker. We just don't. Because it's a fucking disaster of a mess. Let's just leave it alone.
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
all right, I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean, we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Dude, if the average MGS4 run takes me like 2.5 hours, you can fit 15 of them in a chicken run. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, technically by the time limit, which is 5 hours, you can do 7 because it's 35. 35 hours or just 4. Shoot me. Killer Motion and Nine Toes with their resubs. Thank you guys. Good to see you. Stun with the rod. Prod with the prod. Just in case though, we're PMC. I love that. Holy shit. Nice. Peace Walker and Deus Ex crossover episode. Just in case though, prod with the prod. That's kind of... You know, Paul Denton would fucking love the stun rod, that's for sure. Okay, we got a bunch of like things on fire, mother base, and people starving to death. All good, all good. We put more people in the kitchen so you can eat them. What? The moist nugget is here. PU scope. And the band charging handle. You know what we call these in the gun community? Garbage sticks or garbage rods. But it's the Enz rifle, so it's gotta be here. We can actually get the custom one the End uses. I think it's a rank 4, and the rank 5 is an integrally suppressed one. It kind of sucks because it's better to snipe people with a pistol in HD edition at least. But what the hell, we'll develop it. When they used to be like 80 bucks each. Those were the times. Also, we have some spicy curry. Legendary taste. That actually looks really fucking good. I like curry. I always forget to mention curry when people ask me like my favorite foods, but it's definitely up there. This is turning the gun towards the screen feel wrong. Freeze! Give me all your sub money. No, it's a 3D model of a video game gun. You're fine. Not gonna upload a bullet. M60 though, with that, actually the volume of fire sucks in the M60 in this game for some reason. It's so fucking slow. I guess to balance it. Yeah, let's develop it too. And finally, a solid magazine. A popular pulp magazine. Once sent, anyone who notices it will stop to read it. Solid Magazine, issue 1. Official solidmagazine.com. Kept you waiting. Speaking in... I can't read it. The resolution is way too low. Speaking in the dark because people refuse to see. What the fuck is the dark? You mean the dark? I'm pretty sure that's J there. UMA sighted. The infamous Bigfoot abducted by UFO. What the fuck? And then at the bottom, Area 51, extraterrestrial playground. Why is there a space there? Extraterrestrial playground, but it's extraterrestrial playground. Breeding to become a galaxy without borders. Misspelled galaxy. So yeah, I think that's a type of dark and a type of galaxy, and an extra space in extraterrestrials. This fucking magazine is all over the place. And then the top left, Philanthropy presents Solid Magazine. Kept you waiting. June 2010. Probably released Peace Walker. It was 2010, so 8.5 rupees. Whatever that is. Whatever. Okay. It's too bad. Oh, we can actually make the freaking text go away to look at it. Extraterrestrial playground. What? Breeding to become a galaxy without borders. Okay. You can't rotate it, so we can't look at the back. Unfortunately, it's not like Engines 4. I would definitely look at the back though, if I could. Yeah, of course, we know UMAs. Chico fucking loves UMAs. Everyone fucking shut up about him. Anyway, hopefully the C4 is ready by now. Should be.
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
This call would be different if we didn't have a C4 yet. A galaxy without borders. Wait, that's not C4, that's the Walkman. Well, I'll take that. Nice. It's kind of an old school looking detonator though, which makes sense. In every game they make sure to tell you that C4 is too stable, won't go off if you shoot it or burn it or whatever, and then you proceed to shoot it in gameplay and it goes off. Damn it. Except MGS1, MGS1 didn't have like hit collision with it.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it.
What is it, drugs? I've been a regular user since times of C3. What?
Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly.
Randomly mentions Foxhound again as a joke. But like I said, there's some pretty heavy implications. Foxhound already happened and he left it. But okay.
There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the prison.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco?
Not the big monster I saw. I mean the real Basilisco.
A real one? The legendary king of snakes?
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 vara long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
More like a lizard, I guess. A lizard.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Okay. Big Boss just wants to eat those dinosaur eggs. Let's be honest here. Furious Thrust with the 35 months. Thank you. You should see this anniversary message.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
You should come inside the box. Now you know what I mean. There's a guy with a gaping asshole here. Let's see if we can get him. Nope. Damn it. Usually it's easy to get this guy in the ass. I wasn't gaping enough today. It's a very specific hitbox to get people in the ass in this game. But for some reason that guy's usually easier. So we call him the gaping asshole guy. Don't worry about it. Oh, well. Yeah, 3Dog calls him the gaping asshole guy too. Ask him. He knows. He told me once. Like, there's this one soldier that's easy to get a asshole shot, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. He said that. He's like, oh yeah.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get
This is
there.
where we start having helmets.
Freeze.
Just pump him full of tranquilizer. That's the tailbone? Okay, yeah, it's like the base of their back, maybe.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter.
It does
is
feel like it's a
complete.
little off. Or maybe it has to do with the way their jackets are, I don't know. I think we got this guy's asshole though. Surprise anal inspection. And he jumps for it too, so it's perfect. Okay.
First, equip your
Let me just show you twice.
can't plant a charge
So when you
unless
shoot him in
it's
the leg with a
equipped.
45, they just become completely unable to alert for a few seconds instantly.
To plant a C4 charge, hold down the aim button and press the
Yes,
attack.
yes.
Good work, Snake.
I was locked up there. I didn't feel life at all.
Chica's words with zoom.
Now,
Philo
make your
Van,
way
thanks. Nice. 69 months.
I believe in you, Snake. Look at them. Just taking the village as if it were theirs. Unforgivable. The giant swallowtail butterflies in that area are a fairly common species of butterfly. Did you know their chrysalis stage occurs
What?
during winter? Look at them.
Head north. Look
at them.
And when you shot me, I really thought I was done for.
Apparently, that aqueduct north of the village.
Look at them.
We're counting on you, Bob. Apparently, that
That's it. Okay.
When I was locked up there, I didn't feel...
Nice.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's crater lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means sword peak.
Does it though?
You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to. Chico says there's a bridge north of the village.
Yes, a narrow one, for crossing the pipe. On the other side of that is the road the trucks use, though it's collapsed in places.
I'll have nowhere to run if they spot me.
They could be blocking the road, too.
Is there another way?
There is a path along the cliff. After you cross the bridge, there are ruins of a fort on the mountain. Going through there would be a little easier. Once you come to the end of the mountain path, you'll be at the fort.
I hear a big one from Simone in a tier 295 mods, dude. Thank you so much. Maybe I should talk to Chica first. Whatever.
Irasu has more than one
Photoshop
crater
hat.
because he's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes.
This is where all the
Nessie
other...
in Loch Ness.
Yep.
Nahuelito in Argentina. Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all.
Pogo.
They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but do you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
UMA. Unidentified mysterious animals. Except that's more of a Japanese term, even though it's English words. Yep. UFOs, like... Oh, we don't have the UFO tape yet. UMAs. I don't know a whole lot of Spanish, but wouldn't it sound more like monstruo than monstruo? Monstruo is like, I don't know, whatever. Or like colibri instead of colibri. What are accents? Go figure that one out. So we just kind of unlocked all the fucking monster tapes. So yeah, oops. It depends, I guess, on the language.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think She's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
Yeah, an AI. Soon. I just assume that it's pretty much expected for the characters to not sound accurate in whatever other language, because that's just a trope of any piece of media, really. I think it's probably done on purpose at this point, just because people expect it so much. So yeah, it's so bad it's good at one point, pretty much.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Brief return of MGS4 Snake there, grunting. Old Snake is back.
What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
We need a spin-off. I think I just got an idea for a spin-off. But, I mean, you can just play with Quiet and MGSV, and it's the same thing, right?
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Oh, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Right, because, you know, Africa, big boss doesn't do anything. Better not think about Africa, yes. Hey, we got an anonymous 350 donation. Cool, thank you, mysterious 350 person. Africa? Hunting together? Damn, Chico is quiet. Obviously. I don't know how much longer we'll be going, Safi. Maybe. It's only been 6 hours, almost 7.
Cross the bridge and head north.
Just go to sleep. But 350. I forget it's 350, not 350. You could play this game anywhere from, I don't know, maybe 8 hours for a bare bones story run to 200 hours if you want to do things in it. So
If you had something to stand on, you could probably reach that.
Kaz is gonna get excited now. That's a grill.
Oh, all right.
Kaz gets excited when you get a grill.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I hold him up.
Freeze.
Hold on, no, we gotta get the 300 IQ guy here. You saw I'm just 5 and you were fooled. So did everybody else, man. So did I. I was fooled by I'm just 5 too. What a grill. Alright, where is the 300 IQ rocket launcher guy? Look at him.
Enemies close by.
Hold on, let me auto aim.
They've got rocket launchers.
Whoa. What's up? Sir, your end cap is closed. He doesn't give a fuck. Sir, your cap is... Oh. So, enemies with rocket launchers. Yeah. You give him just enough distance so he thinks he's okay to shoot, but then he get close again. And we can take the rocket in the face, I guess. Yay! Doesn't matter. The damage is on par with them just 3 damage anyway. Okay. It's his first day. Better recruit him. Knife and rocket launcher. When you need to CQC with a rocket launcher.
Get past it somehow.
Can't wait to get the 1911 suppressor because it makes it so much easier to deal with these guys with helmets. Is there a dude walking down there? No, no, there isn't. So I actually unequipped my gun there. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but we can see it in action here. The camo index is actually influenced by how big of a weapon you're holding. So right now we're 31% with nothing. If I equip a handgun, it goes down to 27. And I guess I don't have anything bigger than that right now. But a rifle will go down even more than that. And a rocket launcher would really kill it. So when that guy noticed me, I switched to the stun rod just in case that extra 5% helped. Another little detail that is nowhere else to be seen in the series.
Helicopter is complete.
The slingshot pull is at 90. Yeah, that makes sense. Thing is fucking huge. Alright, time for Kojimbo and other mixed memes here.
Miles. I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Alright.
Snake, can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of them must have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
So most of these license plates, they mean something, or they have something in them. But the right one is this one. We're gonna leave that for last, actually. This one is the right one, just repeated, just to confuse you, I guess. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nixie, thanks for the 87 months, just noticed. This is obviously Mei Ling's frequency. That's gonna be here. I'm Paradox Mei Ling. Big Boss was lusting after Mei Ling too. Okay. 777, like a slot machine, or you know, chips.
Where are they?
And what goes with the chips? Well, not this. Yeah, ignore that Boktai reference. It didn't hit me until recently, actually, but fish.
Not this one.
And chips. Get it? That's why there's fish here and chips there. And we have 48273, which is Otacon's password or key code in MGS4 for his computer. Metal Gear. Okay. This one's a little different. This one's a birthday. August 24th, 1963. Who could it be? Whose birthday could that be?
Mr. Kojima?
You're fired. Imagine if it just said that, you're fired, and the whole game switches to Kiefer after that. In Japanese, he says, Mr. Director. Yep, we just recruited Kojima. We'll be sending him against a battalion of tanks later, or something. And okay, finally, we got this right one.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. The cargo's already been offloaded.
So yeah, you can play Konami Simulator in this and fire Kojima. Or cripple him first and then fire him.
Just a minute, this isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway.
It's him.
V for victory.
What's this guy's name again?
Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
His name is MGSV Finished Man. $80 million well spent, man. Okay, we gotta stop before this gets too far. Oops, 80 months. Nice timing. You got COVID? Oh, fuck, man. Hope you got your nanomachines right. You just need some nanomachines for it. Muff Revengeance. Gifted a sub. MGSV is not Metal Gear. God damn, what is there? I gotta check when that account was created. 2016. January 24th, 2016. Holy shit. Less than a year after. Because sometimes I'm suspicious that maybe you guys create these meme accounts and then give the sub to them just so you can have the meme name show up. But it seems like most of them, I haven't got a single one that was actually like that. They all already exist. Like Twitch has everything you need to meme as it is. Just V is not Metal Gear. Can't argue with that. That's amazing. That's actually amazing. Impressive. 2016. So, like, yeah, well, less than 6 months after the game came out, somebody was salty. It sounds like something I would have made, actually.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
What an amazing place Twitch is.
Let's rock.
Let's go naked with my shitty launcher here. At least we got the RPG too because we did that side mission. Love Revenge, thanks for gifting the sub to Biped Snake. Not just a meme sub. What do we want here? Rations, curry, chips. Welcome? Nah, not to. Some mate. Give me some mate to wash down my sake.
Paz, what was the government thinking, building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Oh, not you again, Chico, please. It's a Shagahod, but less shit. Also, the pupa seems to be the only one that they have multiple examples of. Like, there's a warehouse full of them. Kind of weird. Alright, first order of business, let's shoot Huey. Fuck. Are you sure he's not remote controlling that from there?
That's an A. Ah! Shoot them, not me!
Alright. At least we interrupted him.
Engaging shock unit.
Nothing like a big, bright red weak point in front.
Left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack.
We should probably get some ammo. That should have hit me anyway, but okay. Oh fuck, it came back. Ah, I got trolled.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
He mentioned that it blasts air underneath itself, so you can do that. They even tell you to do that. To avoid it. Oh, holy shit.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Oh, you
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Imagine if the Shaggy Hawk did all this shit. Here we go, fucking meme line. How did I miss that? Look. Static parties are hard, okay? tiny oversight here is that Hugh is already talking to us as if we're together and we have a base and we need to develop our own AI weapon. The first time, we haven't even met him yet. The first time we get in here, he talks about making our own AI weapon. Like, excuse you, who the fuck are you? What? I feel like this line shouldn't play the first time, but okay.
Before the pod's ejected, the black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon.
Who?
Memory boards
What? Our own what? Who are you?
Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
I guess we should point out the obvious, 2001 imagery here. Inspired. The retinas of the pod inside the environment. Our own AI weapon. Dude, I don't know who you are yet.
No good. That one's broken.
So are your legs. What should I say? So is your spine. I don't know. Sandman with a 57. Thank you. We usually say la, but ba works too.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to anyway. Name's Huey.
Great guy.
And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
Big Boss's shitty cover stories are great.
Entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
He has like Google in his wheelchair.
Slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple
It's in them up too here.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, The electronic brain I was working on can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
That's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
We only got a B rank because I shot Huey.
The doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
And Kinsey with the 13 months. Thank you.
Hey, boss. You mind if we powwow for a sec?
We got a lot of tapes to go through.
MSF brand rations.
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay. To deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
We could lose men. Better not send Kojima, you know? He's too important. Yeah, all that Konami. There he is. Ooh, Thompson. Okay. Lots of shit going on. Now that we have Huey in R&D, get a bunch of new stuff. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. See, he has a little bit of a combat ability. There's some soldiers like... Okay. Why does this guy have like 0 running ability or walking ability, but Huey has a little bit? How does Huey have any running and walking ability? I don't understand. It should be 0, obviously. But it's more than this guy. Which icon is it? Is it running or walking? Walk speed. Okay. This guy's walk speed is non-existent. Huey's is a little bit. He has no CQC though. Okay. Obviously S rank in R&D. Oh yeah, one thing that I forgot to show you guys is that unique male characters, they just have their description and picture, but unique female characters, well, we only have Amanda right now, I guess, who should be in the kitchen. There she is. So for female characters, there is a model viewer, of course, and in true Kojima fashion, later they can be naked as well, or swimsuit at least, and they all have boob physics, of course. So only the females get a 3D model. Well, except Paz, she's too flat to have any boob physics to her. Every female was gonna have a dating mission. Oh, well, we got the best one at least. Best 2. But yeah, later we can do something to make him be naked in that model viewer, because Kojima. Speaking of which, there he is. This famous quote: 70% of my existence is made of movies. Up to you to decide what to do with the remaining 30%. I think I'm gonna go with disappointment. 30%. That's pretty generous, actually. 30% disappointment, 70% movies. Why doesn't Kojima get a 3D model viewer with bulge physics? Kojima gave himself intel and medical abilities. Okay. What did Kojima mean by this? Is he big medic? Okay. He actually is right now. He's our best medic right now. Let's put him in combat unit. I got a job for you, Kojima, even though you have no combat ability. Let's develop this Thompson. That's actually useful, because again, 45 ACP is more useful in this game, because the calibers behave differently. And now that we got Huey, we're gonna listen to every single fucking Huey tape, and I don't even feel bad about that, because Huey's and Strangelove's tapes are like the best in the game. So we're gonna do that first. Wait, no. I said I had a job for Kojima. Unfortunately, there's no enemy tanks yet. But actually, okay. Let's do one of them properly. And oh shit. People are... Damn. We need people in the mess hall. We don't need all these medics. They can go cook. There you go. So, yet another thing that is more detailed than MGSV, of course. Outer Ops. So we can make our own team. as we want manually. But did I just auto-assign him? Oh no, there he is. Okay, so we'll leave that. Let's just grab a couple guys, a couple big medics, make this team, and give them a vehicle. Oh shit, we have a tank too. Okay, they'll be fine. It's just 2 guys. There's 4 guys. Let's send 4, 5. Alright, they'll be fine. Wait. You can actually tell by the size of the circle how strong your forces are, depending compared to the enemy. It's kind of evenly matched. Maybe it's a little bit bigger. Give him another guy. Give him an alligator. Alright, there you go. And then for the last one, we're gonna go to Team H, Team Hotel. And it's gonna be 1 guy. Yep, let's go. Kojima versus the Konami executives. Alright, you can do it, Kojima. Go. I wish we had some tanks to send them against, but yeah. Maybe later. Well, if he survives that, maybe we'll send him. Alright. Time for tapes now. It's Kojima's escape from Konami. But anyway, you'll see that the outer ops are much more detailed, and again, have little sound effects, sound design, and you can follow the battle unfold and all that shit. And it's not actually RNG bullshit. You can choose things, and your equipment and your stats and things matter, and you can see the whole thing unfold in a little like mini game sort of thing. And it's actually really, really cute and detailed, and kind of fun to follow, for those battles are kind of close, and you'll see all the little sound and sound effect and music design that goes into it too. It's insane that it's so much more fucking detailed in this game. But instead of just being a fucking RNG percentage notification that you get once. What am I doing? Tapes. Kiwi tapes. Let's do it.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes.
Yes, but first sit here for an hour talking about tapes.
August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh. I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first, I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent: missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die.
Alright, let's speak in hypotheticals here. What if we strapped somebody to a pachinko machine and turned them into, you know, maybe some medic strapped to a pachinko machine? Because that's, I'd like to think that's how Big Medic experienced MGS3's events. They hooked him up to a pachinko machine. Would you challenge him to a fight? Dr. Hugbees of the 50 months. Thank you. Now we got a lot more here.
The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
Yeah, we're gonna shoot it.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shockwave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith, our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does.
Yeah, he said boomer. They both said boomer. We'll keep that in mind for the recut. Okay, boomer captain. Damn it.
Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground.
Ouch.
But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
I feel like this tape might be out of place. It's like, it's not really established that we're gonna fight Peace Walker yet. Like, the plan is to destroy the AI before it's operational. So I don't know. I feel like this tape might be out of place. Whatever.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters, except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books. And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rocket. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
Yeah, it almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the code name Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
Oh yeah, they actually... One of the many theories before, MGS V came out and Big Medic was revealed, they actually used this tape as supposedly proof. Because, Big Medic smokes the fake Phantom cigar. Even a freaking cigar is fake in that game. Used it as proof that wasn't the real Big Boss. And what do you know? They were right. There were so many theories and speculation going on, and he actually kind of got it right for the most part. But to me, it's like, I don't know, I just expected something better, you know? It's one of those things that's just too stupid to be true. Usually when people come up with bullshit like that, it's, I don't know, Kojima usually manages to excuse me for the meme term, but subvert expectations, but it was just too stupid to be real, dude, and that's what it was. Okay, I expected better, but okay. Too stupid to be real. I can't believe it.
You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
Yeah, now we're definitely gonna read it.
Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So there's gonna be an extra tape after we read it, but only if we met Strangelove at that point. So even if we read it now, it's not gonna do anything until actually getting a chance to give it to Strangelove when he asks about it again. Doesn't matter too much for now. But yeah, we'll read it. Also, everybody on Mother Base wants to read it, wants to know what's in it. So now we'll get a bunch of calls about everybody asking to read it in some way, in some form. Paz, Chico, Amanda, Kaz, they're all gonna say something about it.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
And then they also have something to say after you read it.
Survival.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Yeah, they got the same CQC counterattack as the frogs in MGS4. I feel like this is a little more than a quarter. It's probably, I don't know, 40%. It's kind of hard to quantify because, again, you could be playing Peace Walker for a very, very long time. I'm kind of half thinking about splitting this into 2 streams so that I'm not completely fucking wrecked by the end of it, and so that I can keep a somewhat normal schedule, so something that resembles it a little bit, at least. Because it's easy to get carried away with all the tapes, with all the extra missions, with all the things that I want to point out about it, and about the base management, all the MGS-V salt that goes into it. So I might split this into 2 streams, just so we can get a little more refreshed by the end, I guess.
From here on in, you'll be in a cloud forest. The ground is covered in vegetation. You'll have plenty of hiding places, but so will the enemy.
I'll keep an eye out for scouts.
Trying to force your way through would be suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, right?
Yeah, we'll go on a date with Paz. Definitely not Kaz, right? No, we'll go on a date with both, actually. Once we switch saves.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like, for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you, but don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I
am? Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Oh, God. Yep, that's a thing.
Bigfoot is an ape man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kind of like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape man.
At least? Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara, but he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think your maze should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
You could say those are the rules of nature. Almost. Ah. Oh, I think either here or probably a little bit we'll get the giant stone balls call here.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Giant stone spheres that Snake proceeds to call giant stone balls. But yeah, the ruins are not actually supposed to be there apparently, but it's all up front for the development lab, the AI lab. So it still kind of makes sense.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests.
I like how he says that no jungle food for me this time, but the next thing he does in a cutscene is just eat a random fish off the river.
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho, a Palladius morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Palladius morpho?
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Now he wants to eat them.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna.
Now he wants to eat the stuff there. Not with Chico though. That tells you a lot.
Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong. The Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
Big Boss is losing it. First he doesn't want to eat anything, now he wants to eat everything. Okay. And it depends on who he's talking to, I guess. You look great with 73 months, thank you.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
And believe it or not, this game actually has chapters. How many of them? More than 2.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies, and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
They're looking for you. Stay sharp. Snake, Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
I love how you start sliding down in the cutscene and then you finish sliding down in gameplay. It's pretty smart.
If there's enemy scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see.
These guys can be annoying if you don't know where they are. And also, we'll come back this area later and they'll be in different locations just to fuck with the player, just in case you get used to these locations. They get replaced.
Enemy search may not spot enemies that are actively hidden. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Freeze.
Well, that works too.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
their cereal. A bunch of people hiding here. So I can remember. P1. This would be very painful on PSP, yes. You probably wouldn't be able to see shit and aim for shit. It was just painful. Whoever made the decision not to include a right stick on PSP, yeah. Designer of the year. Alright, time to go dispense some surprise anal inspections again. Surprise!
Fulton recovery subject confirmed.
Luckily, this
onboard
game is a
helicopter.
PSP exclusive for maybe a year and a half. Not that long. I don't know, I felt pretty crippled on PSP. I only played it like once on PSP. I had no reason to because, you know, HD edition. For me, it's not even HD, it's like the controls, man. I can't. Is that it? Well, considering that I spent the last 8 hours bashing MGS V and how all the similar mechanics and structural composition of the games they're similar, but this game does everything better. Yes, I very much prefer Peace Walker. I have to hold back a little bit, not to go into every single feature in detail. That's just. Oh, speaking of which, we'll have to take a look at Kojima's adventure after this. Yet another thing that's more detailed in this game. Oh, you can see the Morpho there. Nice. Wow, imagine being able to shoot different parts of the helicopter for different effects. It would take something like a PSP game to do that. But helicopters all have a little trick to them, which you can just destroy the cockpit and save yourself a lot of trouble. You can force the commander out, unlike other vehicles, when there's still people and you get an alert.
I got a report in from the R&D team. They finished plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're gonna start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to this scrap heap. Only thing is, we don't have nearly enough GMP. We'll need to recruit more soldiers to get more GMP. You know what to do, Snake.
Oh, GMP, that's another thing that
Thanks
matters
for putting
here.
me on the R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing.
Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear... Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
That's the same origin as Rex and Ray, by the way. If just in case some people miss that, it's easy to miss. But Rex and Ray are also Japanese. Are they both Japanese? I know Ray is. But yeah, they're all fighter planes, code names. Especially well, I'm mixing it up with Raiden. Sorry, not Ray, Raiden. Also, with the whole Raiden and Jack thing. I'm getting tired. I haven't played Peace Walker in a while, so I'm guilty of enjoying it a little bit too much and too long. Now we're delving into it a bit much. But yeah, that's what is the thing with Raiden as well. Penguin. Penguin guy. Okay. You don't want to over-grill a ration, but if you're just gonna lightly toast it, I say you're better off not grilling at all. Now they're giving you directions on how to grill rations, even though we're nowhere close to that in gameplay. Nice. Everybody can do something, but nobody can do everything. We'll do the things you can't. These two guys have the same quote. And we need you to do the things we can't. Wow. Alright, working out. They say there are monsters out there somewhere in this country. If you hunt one down, you can use it to develop amazing gear. Of course, I don't believe a word of it. Let's put these guys wherever. Oh, supply marker, rank 2. More Fultons, MVG maybe. Alright, why don't we take a look at the outer ops and how they're way more detailed than the ones in MGSV. Vomit. So each time a team returns, you can see exactly what happened. You can let it autoplay. There's a little sort of mini game like thing here where you can see what happened, what guns they used, how much damage they did, you know, their accuracy, who's winning. And there's sound aside to it. There's sound effects, there's music. The music changes and picks up when you're about to win. If the enemy is about to win, you get like sadder music. it's ridiculous how much more detailed this is. This is the first one, so they're using like shitty weapons. Yeah, go to war with a handgun. See what happens. Oh, he wrecked that guy with the RPG. Nice. And it depends also on what weapons you have developed. These guys, they will use weapons that you have developed, and there's certain weapons that they're more likely to use, and if you have them, it makes them like unstoppable. So this guy decided to use the RPG on a guy, okay. And we get some cardboard box tanks as a reward. Alright, let's take a look, because we kind of overkilled it a little bit. But let's see what happens here. Music picking up when you're about to win. They only have... They only have handguns. There you go. Rip. Ooh. Overkill. Oh, there's another. Oh, he missed. Come on, man. I appreciate that sound design and music. Get fucked. They really like using the RPG too. Alright, I won again. Next one. I think the next... Oh, and they also gain... Forgot to mention, they gain experience and their stats go up slowly the more they do this. Although it can be largely ignored. Except when you get somebody who's really close to like an S rank or something, then it kind of matters. And we got the RK-47. Totally not an AK. And a uniform. And a volunteer. Nice. Now, Team Hotel might not be so lucky. I think we'll get to hear the sad music of when you're losing now. Because it is... none other than Kojima. This is Kojima's escape from Konami HQ. Kojima versus Konami executives. Let's go. They're only trying to cripple him at first. Oh no. Oh no, Kojima. Oh shit! Kojima had a fucking rocket launcher. But eventually... No. But don't worry, he made it back. He's only wounded. He didn't die. He tried to take him out with a fucking rocket launcher. So now he's in sick bay. What sickness do you have, Kojima? Let me... What icon is that? Just wounds. Okay. Alright, so he actually survived that. He's in sick bay now. But he might be a little crippled since he's been riddled with handgun rounds a few times. Alright. We can let him heal here a little bit. Or, you know, he's wounded right now. And he's dying. He's gonna die without medical attention. So now is the perfect time to fire him.
You're fired.
Bye. Good luck out there, Kojima. You can do it. So you can fire people who are dying. Yeah, I knew it was an airsoft thing. So the irony here is that we hear haters say to Kojima, "You're fired." You can pick up on the irony behind all that. So we're also playing Konami Simulator. Anyway, let's do this Hind A battle.
Snake, that's a Hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Don't even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that. Moving from tree to tree will make it hard to get a fix on you from the air. That's your best chance.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your ears. When you're hiding, you won't be able to see the chopper that well. It's important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
Wow, imagine being able to shoot different parts of the helicopter for different effects in the battlefield. Certainly that's too advanced for the Fox engine.
Let's rock.
Anyway, let's bring the M60 to this. With its shitty rate of fire in this game. And just some tranquilizer, whatever. Because like I said, there's a little trick to helicopter missions. Imagine having more than one helicopter model. Imagine being able to capture helicopters. What is this? Only the infinite power of PSP can do that. Ah, ridiculous. Not only they only have one model, it's fucking reused from Ground Zeroes. So. Ah, fuck, I forgot smokes. Oh well. Okay. I'll just pump them full of tranquilizer. Doesn't even matter if I get an alert.
What is it?
TQC rush, maybe.
Enemies close by.
See how they still move during the freaking CQC combo? It doesn't freeze time like it fucking does in... Oh shit. Oh fuck. Yeah, if I did that in MGSV, I would have gotten all of them because it essentially freezes time and also has a much wider range. Alright, alright, alright. She's still up. Get down. Alright, it doesn't actually hurt them. So we're good. So now that they're down, took a little bit of damage. But we're massive Vanagers, so that's okay. So now what we want to do is, okay, break the cockpit open. The rate of fire, this M60, it's like, it's a semi-auto or something, and he's pulling the trigger. Semi-auto belt fed. You know, I don't want to run into trouble with the NFA. So we got a semi-auto M60. You can probably shoot semi-auto faster than that too. For game balance reasons, that's the rate of fire of the M60. Ugh. As long as we aim at the cockpit, it has like its own health. We don't need to take the whole thing out. Damn it. The snake needs an SOT or something. So when the guy comes out, he will... There he is. He will start chucking grenades from the cockpit. Try to put him to sleep first. Now imagine being able to put the captain to sleep. Or shoot the rotors, or shoot the fuel tanks, or shoot the weapons off. For different effects. Yep. And just to be clear, just in case the sarcasm isn't clear enough. When I say imagine whatever, it means that this game does it and MGS5 doesn't, or MGS-V doesn't. Every single feature that I've mentioned can only be achieved through the infinite power of PSP. Such as having different helicopters, capturing helicopters, shooting different parts of it. Oh shit, they woke up. We better finish this soon. Where the fuck did he go? We have a mono TV right now. Can't hear it. Once we put him to sleep. Oh, he's smart though. He's hiding. Took too long. Did he just... Oh, fuck. He smokes himself. Nice. Oh, we got him though. And of course, these guys have training to do this. How the smoke stays in the little cutscene here at the end. Nice. He can also pilot behind on his own. This guy's shit. These guys have been specifically trained to land helicopters while asleep, okay? I'll take that. And we get the sneaking suit from this fight, and the proto stinger thing. Which we kind of want to develop soon.
I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with a Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. To search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we got the friends for that.
No friends. Sag. But this is a feature that they effectively ruined and destroyed in the HD edition. Because this used to depend on which Wi-Fi networks you could see on your PSP. So you could, like, I don't know, get on a bus and drive around town. Definitely don't do it while you're driving with one hand and a PSP in the other hand. But you could go to different places and have different Wi-Fi networks, and they would translate into different soldiers that you would find here in this recruit option. But now it's pretty much fixed, I guess. I think it depends on your heroism, how far you are in the story, maybe. But there's no real variety to it. Like back in the day, you could, yeah, go to a mall and find, I don't know. I don't know what else it depends on. I wonder if there was like a good spot for S-rank soldiers or something. Yeah, there's a formula to it. Okay, that makes sense. So if we do it here, I think it's fixed the first few. That's just gonna be one shitty guy, but eventually you can get multiple people, you can get female soldiers, you can get S-rank in combat. And these guys, at least the later ones, they tried to, I guess we'll let that play. They actually try to get away from you so that you can't CQC combo them. Because again, the CQC combo doesn't fucking freeze time in this game.
Looks like our reputation is spreading. We've got battle-hardened veterans from all kinds of places trying to join our army. But they insist on testing your skills to see if you're the real deal before they'll join. Let's put these arrogant upstarts in their place. Take them down using hand-to-hand strikes or CQC. If you can knock them all out within the time limit, they'll join us, becoming powerful allies. Don't disappoint them, boss. Show them what you got.
So it's basically a time attack to stun all of them. So the more there are, the more difficult it is, and the more you want those combos, but then again, they move away from you. And you can hear them talk, you can tell. Well, you can also see they have boobs, I guess. There's female soldiers. Right now, it's just one guy, whatever.
You win this one!
Yeah, you can get a whole bunch of... You can get a CQC combo, it's kind of crazy here, too. But, yeah, this early in the game, we're not going to see much. But, once we do recruit these guys... in the menu, you can also see how you got people. Whether there were prisoners, or enemies, or unique characters... or volunteers like these guys. So this guy should show up as a volunteer. Giraffe guy. Oh, we also got a volunteer from Outer Ops, so we got 2 of them. Nice. I think that's another something that's not there in you know what. But yeah, I can point out things that are much more fleshed out and detailed about the base and staff and weapon management, you know, mission design, side ops variety, sound design. I can go on all day. The tapes, the writing, the story. Just fucking shoot me. It's impossible to go back to Peace Walker without getting salty over it, how much better it is. It's insulting to human intelligence, and the most infuriating part of it all is that people don't know. People don't fucking know. Never played Peace Walker, so they see that piece of shit of nonsense that we got instead and be like, wow, look at these features. Like, no, they were all done better before. Shut up. And I bet they're fucking banking on that. I don't know, like, it's fucking infuriating that people don't realize that there's a better version that's more detailed and more fleshed out of it all. God, that pisses me off so much. Another thing we're talking about is GMP. Like the way GMP works in V is just completely fucking useless. You can go into red, you can develop shit anyway. You end up storing so much GMP that you don't know what the fuck to do with it. Meanwhile, in this game, GMP isn't just a resource that you can amass. It works kind of like let's see, how would you describe it? It's a volume of capacity that you have to develop. And each time you invested in developing it, it goes down. And then once you finish developing that thing, it goes back to you. So you get a fixed amount of GMP for each soldier. And you need a certain amount to be able to kind of invest and get back. So you need to have a certain mold to be able to invest in the higher end shit. And you're always gonna be using it. It doesn't become irrelevant like it does in you know what. It's always useful, and you always want more of it. But it just fucking pisses me off so much. Yes. And it's not like you can start a... Oh yeah, that's another fucking detail, yeah. Of course, if I start a development of, like, the supply marker, whatever, it requires... Well, what does it require? I don't think we get to see it now that it's already being developed. Damn. We don't get to see it, huh? Okay, let's say something else. Let's not start it yet. There should be a requirement somewhere. Am I blind? Can't see it. Oh yeah, I'm confused. Oh, I gotta press you actually develop it. So we can't do this because of GMP. Yeah, it's X, not triangle. Okay. So, example, Thompson rank 2, it requires R&D level 25, right? And I can do it now because it's level 26. Okay, so we start it, and then say I go to my R&D team and somebody dies, somebody gets sick, somebody gets moved out, and it goes down a few levels. Like if I move them around, it goes down to level 23. Now I can't fucking keep developing the Thompson anymore. Meanwhile, you do this in MG's Vomit, and you can just get the development started, then move people around, and nobody gives a fuck about anything. Once the development started, it started. It doesn't matter anymore. And then the other thing, I can't even do the folder now. Okay. Can we reassign them? I really don't want to do this. Fuck, where did I move them? Okay. R&D people who are not in R&D. Oh. I kind of messed things up a little bit there, but okay. Some of them are deployed. Did I put them in Intel? Okay. We'll just take a few, put them back here. So the development resumes, and oh shit, now I fucked something up in Intel. Because it's too low. Damn it. Well, yeah. I fucked something up intentionally so that we could demonstrate that. But bad idea, maybe. Put some more people back in Intel. Now we can't do the fucking Thompson anymore. You know what? I have an idea. Take everybody. All my 91 men. Even if they're not fully recovered, put them all in the waiting room. Now we can't do anything, but we can re-auto assign them. Oh, there you go. Oh, fuck. Except nobody actually got assigned to the sick bay. Uh-oh, somebody's fucking dying out there. They'll get assigned after the next mission, I guess. But yeah, you get what I'm talking about. And then, oh shit, this is still not going. Why is it 24? Oh fuck, we fucked something up so bad. Give me just like a couple. All these guys are okay. You know what? Let's dissolve the teams here, cause that's fucking with things a little bit. Oh, Team H is dead. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. Something got somewhere. I know. Let me just grab some random combat people and put them in R&D. Oh my god! Now I don't have the GMP for it. I'm not even trying to do this on purpose. It's like you gotta manage it, you know. Let's see. Who's Amanda? Whatever. Okay, we found a balance again. That will at least let me... Fuck, we can't make the supply thing because Intel is... What was it before? It was like, it all worked earlier. Okay, you know what? We don't need so many medics. Let's get maybe some people in. We good? We good. Okay. So, you can't just start the development and then forget about it. And then the final thing, that's probably the most insulting to the human intellect, is that you don't have to wait real lifetime for this bullshit. On a fucking counter progress bar that doesn't even update in real time because that was too much for the Fox engine. Seriously, those progress bar in MGSV where you develop the shit, they don't even update in real time. You have to close the menu and reopen it to see the bar move or to see the countdown go down in minutes. Oh man. Anyway, here it depends on completing missions. Completing a mission depending on the difficulty level, maybe the time, maybe how far you are in the game or how difficult the mission is. Each mission will give you a certain completion percentage, and also depends on what you're developing. Like there's some things that are tougher to develop, obviously, instead of fucking real life or sometimes even online time. Ugh. Yeah, the timer doesn't move in V. That's just cherry on shit pie on top. Okay. I need to calm down. I need to calm down before we find something else to talk about that's more detailed in this game. I really fucked things up. So now there's some wounded people that are like this guy. Okay, I feel bad. Put him back. Amanda's not gonna die though. She can stay there. You got her in the kitchen too. If we go to all here. Anybody else dying? This guy's dying. Put him in the sick bay. This guy's dying too. And that's Amanda, she'll be fine. And this guy. Okay. Oh, some of them were already there, okay. Sorry I fucked up my development things here. Right now, I really want 61k DMP because... And that's the word I couldn't think of earlier, like it's the volume. Like, yes, equivalent of GDP. It's the volume what you can invest and get back, invest and get back. So we would have to cancel. We can cancel the heavy G's, I don't care. The Fulton too. And we'll cancel something. I guess the rank 1 is enough for Thompson's. Okay, now we can develop this. It's kind of important to develop this early because it's useful to have something that locks on early. This is like a shitty Singer version that takes forever to lock on, but at least it does. Woo! Okay. That was just a little bit of development stuff. Yeah, 97%, I don't care, whatever. So doing that mission actually gave us sneaking suit, which is really OP. And another thing, that people go like, it's the sneaking suit from Ground Zeroes. No, it was a sneaking suit from Peace Walker, shut up.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
Stealth. There it is. It's really fucking OP. But yeah. Yeah, there's a sneaking suit in 3, but it's not this sneaking suit. Ground Zeroes is in some ways just another slightly more involved Peace Walker mission. Because they still got the same thing going on, and they send Snake. So that's the sneaking suit we get there. And we gotta bring the ID card for this mission. And we want the Fulton here in the first slot.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. I wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are
Sloths.
amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about? La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
I'm sure Chico's gonna have some interesting theories on this. Oh, not yet. Thank fuck. Alright, so we should spam some calls here to get everybody who wants to read the letter.
The paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
You know how I know that I'm too tired? Because that was funny. Don't let them take you from behind. Okay. It's been 9 hours already, damn it. I forgot to show that you can throw people off this cliff here into the waterfall. Alright, time for the most OP suit in the game. As if the guards weren't blind enough already. This is great camo index pretty much everywhere. And it makes your footsteps completely quiet.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage.
So it's even more brainless now. You can just run up to people. Although, now that I notice, most of these guys are going to be facing me now. Maybe they did that on purpose, because they knew the player would be getting this now. Some of these guys are facing me as we go close, and not this guy.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
If you don't know where they are and you're playing on PSP as intended, yeah. What's up?
Freeze.
He thought about it for a few seconds before getting up. Oh, time for boobs. Sound effect because Kojima strikes back. Listen carefully now.
Hey.
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi le loup.
French. Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
You know, soldier.
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Please.
What are you doing here?
Cecile.
Thanks, Kojima.
Caminada. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The quetzal?
Right, the quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent quetzal is red-listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice?
I was trying to capture the quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies. Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh, yes. She often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I will not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must have gotten a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lots of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we've found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
So the obvious question is, why is she naked or half naked? And the obvious answer is because she's hot. Or you could say because Strangelove had to molest her every day because she's lesbian, which is the same reason, because she's hot. So either way, however you look at it. Yeah. Cecile is like a slightly less offensive version of Quiet, in which Kojima took somebody from, real life, made them supposedly hotter, and put them in a game modeling her. But at least, I'm pretty sure Cecile is only given like a tiny side role in the story to be able to identify the bird and for comic relief mostly. Real life Cecile worked at Konami France and isn't nearly as hot. Oh, she's not bad, I guess. You can find pictures of her with Kojima. God only knows what happened between them, so that she got put in the game. But I am sure that Cecile didn't take like 90% of the budget money and time like Quiet did. So she's a slightly less offensive version of Quiet. Yeah, she is mostly a joke side, tiny role character. Her tapes are great. I wonder if Kojima got, rejected by real life Cecile, maybe. He probably tried some shit, come on. It's Kojima. So that's why she ended up in the game. Mission failed successfully.
It won't open.
Ah, fuck, I forgot to do calls. It won't open. Mission failed successfully. It won't open. Mission complete. What?
Snake?
Huey, your ID card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite. Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake.
Kaz, where's Cecile?
She just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an orange jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No. Thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
But...
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card.
I think if I do that mission now, it's just gonna be Huey bitching about his card not working and Cecile repeating a freaking Quetzal song over and over. So I don't think we can get the calls about everybody wanting to read the letter from it. Damn it, I forgot to do it. Tuna. And of course, Cecile being a female and being hot, she has a 3D model that we can look at. Thanks, Kojima. And boob mechanics, boob physics, of course. Did they have ass physics too? No. That's weird, because Kojima's an ass man. But okay. And of course later she can get naked. Because Kojima. Only the females. Come on, you guys don't want to see Huey in 3D in a bikini? Come on. Okay, so something must have finished here. This is 94%, we'll be good. Yeah, well, Miller's a different story. Even though, yeah, he definitely has a 3D model and a naked one, you can't see it. You still can't see it from this menu. You have to actually work to see Miller like that. His date with Kaz is the very last side op that unlocks when you do everything else. So it's actually quite a bit of work. And then you get, just as you go on a date with him, unfortunately after that you get the betrayal tape. That's kind of like the post-credit phone call twist equivalent of this game. That even if you do play Peace Walker, if you're one of the few people who actually bother to play Peace Walker in the West, if you don't do every single side op, you don't get the whole story content from it. Because the very last thing you get is a tape of Kaz talking to Zero. So yeah, a considerably small percentage of people, relatively speaking, would have done that, I suppose. Okay, guys, I feel myself struggling more and more to talk and make any sense of things. I keep forgetting things. So, it's just about 1:30 a.m. here. We've been going for 9 hours. I think I'm gonna split this into 2 streams. And we also had a lot of rambling and ranting and pointing out details and how everything is inferior in MGSV. So that's it for now. I think I'll save. Massive manager save. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope it wasn't too salty. I hope it was just the right amount of salty, I guess. There's so many things to point out here that piss me off. And there's gonna be even more to point out when we actually play Phantom Pain, so. Oh god, it's gonna be like, it's been a while. It's gonna be a ride. But I need the world to see, I need the world to know. That's how I cope with how much of a disappointment the game is. Anyway, just with the right amount of salt involved. I hope to see you guys there for the second part, and then Phantom Pain and whatnot. And thanks for watching, everybody. I feel myself slowly losing it. Ooh, I'm gonna host someone. So sometimes I like to host like other Metal Gear streams. Since we were just talking about Kojima and Cecile and whatnot. This one's actually interesting. Somebody's first time through MGS2, and they're just getting to the mindfuck part of it. Oh, that's actually great. Wait a second. I want to make sure, because sometimes I end up hosting people as they end their stream like 30 seconds after. That sucks. What the shit? Sorry, I just usually take a minute to figure out who the fuck and find a host and what's going on. Maybe not. I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna send you guys there. It's a girl playing MGS2 for the first time. Just to keep it in theme. Just be polite, please. Don't give us a bad name. Don't spoil it. It's fucking MGS2. Somebody's MGS2 first time is like a sacred thing. But she seems to be having technical difficulties right now, which makes it like the best time to host. I don't know. Stick around if you guys want. I'm gonna see what the fuck is going on too, because I don't know what's going on. Man, see you guys there for a bit.